for your patience.
You all for being such good sports, but also sharing the future here. It was excellent. You were the right person to take this on. I do want to tell everybody, this was an all-building outage. This is not an issue with any of the Rays team. Henri did not have anything to do with this. And we are slowly powering back up, but microphones will be on. We're going to transition and have a really interesting conversation next with David Flynn, who is the CEO and co-founder of Hammerspace. But most of the tech that we're using in this room and beyond is based on work he did. He's one of the pioneers of the NVMe technology and solid-state disks. He's, in fact, the inventor of that work. So it's a really, really exciting keynote, and he'll be on in a moment, and we appreciate all of your patience during this funny time. And it's just a testament to the types of people that are here. They're willing to improvise, make this a pantomime stage situation. So thank you all, and David will be up shortly.
All right. At least the mics are working, because I've lost my voice from being out on the floor with all the great conversations. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today, and hopefully I'll cover some stuff that you may find interesting. 20 some odd years ago, I had the privilege of being really at the forefront of the introduction of solid-state technology, the advent of the modern high-performance SSD, and in particular, putting it directly on the PCI Express bus and bypassing the traditional storage buses and controllers, and the technology that later became NVMe was what we had the privilege of pioneering at Fusion I/O. And I'm not really a hardware guy. I'm more on the software stack, but found myself scratching my head going, you know, we're using NAND flash in consumer electronics all the time, but in the enterprise, it really had no footprint at all, because SSDs, up until that point in time, actually got worse performance than hard drives. And so we proposed, let's just get rid of all of the old trappings of hard drives and put it directly on PCI Express, and that is now what we're all used to in NVMe. Now, I tell you this because ever since that point in time, well, actually before, because I was doing things in the high-performance computing space, I've had a real obsession with performance and things that allow us to save time. So what I wanted to talk about today, and I apologize, my marketing team made some awesome materials, but now you have the privilege of having me speak off the cuff without a presentation, which actually I enjoy better, because then nobody cares if I go off script. So apologies on that. But the case I wanted to make today is that in the AI arms race, because it is an arms race, we are competing to learn how to take advantage of this new technology, that in this arms race, the central thing, the thing which matters more than anything else, is time, how much time it takes. And I'm going to discuss here the 3 different time frames that I believe make a real difference in our competitive stance in the use of AI. And hopefully you'll find this unique. Now, we are, I think, if you're working in and around in AI, the speed of token generation makes a big difference. Tokens per second is really important for generating speed, and that can be very much constrained by the time it takes to load state from storage into the GPU. And so in this area, this is one of the things which Hammerspace is doing that's very unique. When I left Fusion.io and started Hammerspace, the whole purpose was to accelerate the next layer up the stack, how to deliver data at the crazy high speeds that we had unlocked at the media level, but how to deliver that over networks and into systems at a, let's say, at the networked shared data layer. So when I started Fusion.io, it was with some faith that because nature abhors a vacuum, ultimately workloads would come along, and this was a good 10 years ago. Workloads would come along that would demand the kind of extreme high velocity data. I had no idea that it would be AI and that it would hit so suddenly or take a subsequent 8 years, which is good because it takes a long time to build this next layer up the stack. So the first thing that I would say, and the first time frame that we're probably all familiar with, is the time to do token generation, the time per token, which is incredibly important for GPU utilization. And in this regard, I see we have some slides up on here, but I don't think they're, probably don't need them at this point because I've already gone off script. What I did was I said, look, if in the future high performance and scalability becomes a mainstream thing, then that also presumes that Linux wins the OS war. Because 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we still had Windows and Solaris and VMware ESX and so forth. Now, why did this matter? Because if you're going to solve how to share data over a network with extreme performance, it needs to be something that's native to the operating system and standards-based. And the industry had tried this to fix the more legacy storage protocols. Oh, look, we could use the deck, but I'm inclined to just skip it at this point. Yeah, okay, good. I see some agreement. So I figured ultimately, if in the future a large commercial demand driver for high velocity, large volumes of data were to arrive, which it is with AI, then that also presumes that Linux will have won the OS wars. Because Linux had already consolidated the hyperscale and the HPC space. So anybody doing performance or scale was already using Linux. So if we imagine in the future, it would be just Linux. And that matters because if you're going to build the new software stack to share data, to communicate network shared file and object data over the network, it needed to be native in the operating system. And so we built a team made up of the folks who are the kernel maintainers and original authors of this part of the stack in Linux, and built a true world-class parallel file system that's based on the NFS standard. And those of you who are technical would know that NFS is like, you know, ancient. It was invented by Sun back in the day. Well, this brings NFS into the modern era of being the most kick-ass, world-class parallel file system on the planet. But unlike exotic ones in the supercomputing world, this one is actually native Linux and standards-based. So if time frame number one is how fast you can deliver data into the GPUs directly, this is a game changer, which was designed from the get-go to be able to do that from PCI Express, NVMe, and at crazy velocity, but uniquely is something that is native to Linux and built in and plug and play. You'll see where that comes in later in the other time frames. So time frame one is velocity of token generation, and that's definitely driven by how fast you can load state and how fast you can take state out of the GPU directly. On the other end of the spectrum, and not unrelated, is the time that it takes to set up an environment in the first place. If you are looking at building out an AI environment and have pre-existing data, the challenge is that you're being told you need to take and build brand new storage, brand new systems from it. And the lead times on deploying new storage can be, at this point, thanks to the SSD crisis, can be 3 to 6 months at best. So the second area, the second time frame that I would argue is of extreme performance, is how long does it take to get an environment that's capable of serving the GPUs. And if it starts with, hey, you've got to deploy shiny new storage and go through a data migration process and copy everything to it, that is incredibly time consuming. So the other piece of technology that we built is to use this parallel file system protocol to be able to leverage all of your existing storage as just storage nodes in a massively parallel environment. So when it comes to the time to get an environment installed, set up, and configured, not having to wait, but being able to use your existing storage and deploy a parallel file system, a data orchestration layer that can virtualize and accelerate access to it, is incredibly valuable. So it's really kind of threefold. Number one, you don't have to deploy new storage. Number two, you don't have to take downtime and go through a data migration process. And number three, because this is standard and now built into Linux, in any modern Linux, there are no custom software clients that have to be installed everywhere to get extreme performance. If you were to go and deploy a parallel file system like those used in the HPC world, that becomes a real maintenance nightmare. So those are the three key things that shorten the time frame to be up and running in an environment that's capable to deliver data with the necessary speed. So we have both ends of the spectrums. When it comes to the immediate delivery of data, that's parallel file system technology. When it comes to setting up the environment, getting the infrastructure in place, having everything you need, that can be reduced by 70-fold. Instead of potentially taking 6 to 9 months or more for the project to deploy new storage, get it shipped, get it installed, do all the data migrations, it becomes now just a software question of deploying the software stack that can virtualize and accelerate and basically bring whatever legacy storage environment through into the modern era. And I should point out, one of the very powerful capabilities in this is that because this is a native system, the plumbing of which is built into the heart of Linux, you can actually use the NVMe, precious to my heart, that is built into the GPU servers as part of the overall file system. So you can use your existing storage, and you can use new NVMe devices that are part of the GPU array, which you have to install anyway. So in either case, you don't have to deploy new Tier 1 storage in between. And that brings me to the third and final time frame, which is that of moving and positioning data on an ongoing basis. Data is generated all the time and often in other locations, in different data centers on different systems. So This third time frame is incredibly important and uses the fact that we can create a single logical file system that is rendered, presented in multiple data centers, read-write, eventually consistent everywhere. That way, the folks who are originating the data, the folks who are feeding it into GPUs, doing the training, fine-tuning, inference against it, those don't have to all be in the same data center, and you don't have to wait for copy processes to move the data. This is what we term data orchestration. So all three of these time frames, the setting up the environment, configuring it, having all the right software componentry, the movement of data on an ongoing basis across data centers, across systems, from where it originates to where it needs to be transformed or consumed, and the incredibly high-speed delivery of data into the GPUs on an ongoing basis once it's in position. All three of those are transformed by having a networked data layer that is built into Linux and allows for data to become a routed resource. At the heart of all of this is that the original storage networking protocols were, let's say, two-dimensional. It was very simple. It was born out of Sun Microsystems, and it was basically a client connects to a server, and it talks through that server about the different data objects, files, and such. That simple two-party protocol doesn't scale very well because you have to go through the server that you connected to. The parallel file system world moves that to three-dimensional, to where the client connects to a control plane, and the control plane gives routing information to talk to any individual data item in the environment. So the essence of what makes this transformation of all three of these time frames possible is moving from two-dimensional storage protocols, kind of like being stuck on flat Earth where you have to go through, congested intersections in a busy city street, to moving to where you have three-dimensional, you can talk to a control plane and then make direct connections to any of many targets, any of many storage systems in the environment. This is the heart of what we put into the Linux kernel, is the plumbing to be able to make data routed instead of having to be proxied. And as soon as you do that, it unlocks the extreme performance you need. It also unlocks the ability to have data move transparently while you're using it from system to system and even from data center to data center. And it allows for one to leverage existing storage assets and existing NVMe in your compute as the storage for the environment, and you don't have to wait for new hardware to ship or have to install custom software agents that have to be maintained henceforth and forever thereafter. So this is a very transformative technology, and I framed it in terms of reduction of installation, orchestration, and actual performance into the GPU. But the last thought I'd leave with is that time is money and a proxy for how much we're spending. The longer it takes, the more money we're wasting. And it's also a proxy for the amount of manpower, time spent, how much human effort it takes to do these things. And so I believe that at the heart of the economics of token generation are these 3 time frames, and compressing them is now something that is uniquely possible with the new machinery that is now native in Linux. So there I went off the cuff without the presentation material, and I think used about all of the time. I don't know if we do Q&A in these sessions, but I'm used to doing that in previous ones, so I'm happy to answer any questions that there might be. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and wrap up a little bit early on this. Yes?
What's your vision on the shortages on the
Franco.
Shortages of the SSDs?
what's your vision on recovery?
When will that recover? Actually, it's a good point that you make there. At Fusion I/O, when we built these original high-performance flash devices, Facebook, now Meta, was a huge customer. And they've always wanted to go all flash. It was actually Meta that kind of kicked off the run on the bank about 18 months ago that started this whole thing. Because down at 5 cents a gig, it kind of made sense, even as a hyperscaler, to not use hard drives anymore. But I think what we're seeing is that because of the huge infrastructure growth and memory, we're not going to see investment in flash technology. If you're a memory company looking at building out a new fab, you're going to put it to the higher margin HBM, not necessarily flash. So it's my belief that we've basically stretched the memory hierarchy, and there's a lot of pressure on the highest end of the spectrum with HBM, and flash is going to get the short end of the stick when it comes to infrastructure investment, because it's competing for the same general resources as memory. On the other hand, hard drives are basically slapping a magnetic material on a platter. Different type of manufacture, much more scalable, actually. So it's my argument, and even coming from being a part of the introduction of NVMe, that hybrid systems are where it's at, and we're actually going to see a resurgence. One of the cool side effects of a native parallel file system in Linux is it's much more efficient at aggregating limited performance, even from hard drives. So unlike the all-flash array guys that are brute forcing it by having it be all-flash to get to a decent performance level, with something that's natively parallel and can aggregate linear, it makes for a much more efficient thing. So the argument is hybrid systems are here to stay. Even tape is having a resurgence. It's going to stay that way because that's not competing for the same manufacturing fabs as memory. So very good question. Thank you. Looks like I'm a minute past, but thank you all for your attention and sticking around. This was fun doing off the top.
Introducing Hammerspace, the real data platform for AI anywhere. It's not imaginary. It's data access reimagined for an AI world. Hammerspace breaks down infrastructure boundaries, unifying data into a unified data plane which eliminates data silos, so existing and new data is instantly findable and accessible for enterprise AI factories, inference, and training with GPU computing, analytics, and applications anywhere. Hammerspace, the future of AI infrastructure starts here.
Thank you to David. Up next, I'm making my way down the stairs. There's a lot of stairs. They go up, they go down. Okay, so we have a really great panel. It's called Riding the Exponential, and it's going to be moderated by my friend Dylan, who is the founder and CEO of SemiAnalysis. And I will invite him up to the stage along with the other guests. We have Mark, who is CRO of Nebius, Ash, CEO of Elastic, Pim, co-founder and CEO of General Intuition, and it's a lot of people on this panel, I don't want to forget anyone, Jeremy Frankel, who is the co-founder and CEO of Fundamental, and finally, last but not least, though he did expose that this was something he was brought into last minute, Julienne from AWS. Please come on up for this incredible conversation.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. I think the simple title of this panel is Failing to Ride the Exponential. What exactly does that mean, right? Right now in AI, everything is growing so fast. If you're not growing with it, you're failing and you're going to fall off the exponential. So if you're not riding the exponential, you're left behind. But I'd be curious if any of you have your own sort of take or manner on this, and what does failing to ride the exponential actually mean?
Entering the permanent underclass.
Define permanent underclass.
In all seriousness, there's a very, very serious. Very few people understand what's going on still, even after being, in the seat. There's maybe a few hundred to maybe a few thousand people that truly understand how much wealth disparity and these things are actually going to change as a result of these systems. And I think that's why you see this urge and why this thing feels like such a rush. And it's a bit of a Twitter joke, right? That's what it's called. But I think it's kind of a gold rush in that way, where you have to break out of in this new paradigm where everything is on this exponential.
And you can actually see the fact that it's moving at different rates across the market, and you can see a bit of acceleration that cannot be matched, and it has this compounding effect that once a leader is actually establishing some degree of flywheel effect, whether it's data or go-to-market or combining an ecosystem, it becomes really difficult to match them and supplant them. Now, the real question is this the first chapter, or is this the chapter? That's being able to figure that out, which I think in every other tech cycle, the first chapter didn't ultimately end up being the incumbents that ruled the day.
I mean, that's the world we live in today, right? Scale begets scale, and we've got Julian from Amazon here, but you're sort of coming and trying to take his place. So what's going on here? Who's failing to ride? Is Amazon failing to ride the exponential?
I'm pretty sure we aren't. I mean, one of the key differences, and that's one of the core exponential. I hope we aren't, but future will tell. I'm not a futurologist, so I won't play on that one. But one of the core elements of that is indeed, as you say, like the uncertainty that comes with it. We don't know exactly where we're going to go. We know there's somewhere that we need to go. And the main difference, I mean, been with Amazon for about 14 years now, cloud was an IT element, and that's one of the core. It is a function of IT that has given AI, but the demand is not IT. It profoundly transforms every company that we work with, the ways they work, what they're going to be able to achieve. And so that exponential for us is really a redesign of everything that has been done with companies, which is a fundamental shift from the way, most of cloud has been doing for the last 20 years.
And I think it's a false dichotomy, by the way, Dylan, to say that it's one or the other. I mean, the reality is at the same time, the market's expanding faster than we're able to actually service it. So a fine company like AWS is not going to get replaced by a Nebius. We're actually going to enjoy the opportunity to both supply the market. The question is, where do the workloads go? And who gets the commoditized workloads, and who's going to get the premium workloads? Who's aligning to the most important value-creating parts of the market, and who's going to ultimately pick up the remnants? And by the way, there's a lot of remnants. There's no question about it. A lot of commodity workloads that need to be taken care of.
Won't get replaced for now, right?
Say that what's more?
For now, won't get replaced.
That some part of it gets replaced. It's a myth to say that, come on, AWS is not going to get replaced. But I'm happy to work with AWS and be able to service customers that aren't getting serviced by AWS for parts of their requirements.
How do you think GPU, CPU shifts workload?
Oh, I wish I could say that. If you have that crystal ball, where we're seeing the demand, the way you figure this out is what customers are looking for. And the shift is occurring. But at the same time, CPUs have returned to the equation at scale. People are looking to combine the capabilities to be able to service agentic workloads, complex inferencing, reinforcement learning. So yeah, the day of the CPU is not over. As a matter of fact, it may be resurging.
I think if anybody here is trying to make the claim that they know exactly what the future is going to look like, they're just bullshitting, right, for lack of a better word.
100%.
The reality is that we're all trying to discover what workloads actually make sense, what workloads make sense to run on CPUs, what workloads make sense to run on GPUs. The other part of all of this is what's actually accumulating value. So at this point, I think it's pretty clear that when you look at code generation, there is real value being accrued. You can justify it. There is a way to justify the financial budgets. And there is a whole bunch of stuff behind which tokens are being spent that just don't make any sense at this point. So you're going to have very different things burst out, right? What, Jeremy, you're trying to build, you might end up completely changing how BI works. There might be agents that are doing very different things for you in the future. Like when you talk about what does it mean to write the fundamental, for me it's, you have to be appreciative that the world is changing so much because of this technology that you need to be willing to go to the extreme and just change everything about the way you work and the way your company works. And if you're not willing to do that, there's a huge risk.
Go ahead.
Now, I would agree with what you said. And I think what's interesting is also, if you look at enterprises more broadly, there's actually not enough AI adoption compared to what there could be. Especially because a lot of enterprises or a lot of people are trying to token max everything without thinking about what it actually means. I was just talking to someone at a big company, and he was telling me that his employees are using the latest cloud models to ask what the weather is, like for the weather, whatever, right? And like, if you're the CFO of a company now and you tell your employees like, hey, you can't use tokens anymore, you're fired. But that's not going to last forever. Like in 6 months, in 12 months, like at some point, people are going to ask, like, what's the ROI? What's the value?
It's already happening, right?
Correct.
So you ask any of the CIOs of big banks, if any major organization that are investing heavily in AI, that are renting capacity from Nebius, that have huge workloads on Bedrock and so on, that are using our products here. Fundamentally, they're all questioning now. They're starting to, like the way Catherine Wetmore, who's the CIO of Morgan Stanley, she was on another panel earlier. She said, they ran really fast, and now they slowed down a little bit to make sure that they understand how to get it right, and that's going to allow them to accelerate again. So we're going to go through these phases, and that's a good thing. That's maturing of the technology.
I think there's this dichotomy that you guys brought up, which is token maxing versus token budgeting. We've seen a number of different companies just go wild on token maxing. Meta, for example, spending thousands per engineer. My own company of 90 people, 30% of my cost now is tokens versus 70% employee costs. There's token maxing is happening, and at the same time, there's other companies that are saying, oh, you can only use $500 a month, or you can only use $1,000 a month. In some sense, yes, there must be an ROI, but the flip side is companies that aren't adopting AI technologies fast enough are getting left behind. And so how do you think enterprises should balance these two?
They should use our products.
Well, why? Sales.
No, so basically we build foundation models for structured data to enable companies to make better predictions on their data. And that's exactly what companies should be doing.
One of the core questions that we're seeing is the rate of adoption. I mean, it's known that AI is more adopted than mobile phones, like by an order of magnitude. The speed of deployment in companies is just staggering. When you're looking at actually large enterprises, and more specifically large enterprises in Europe, we're like about halfway there in terms of companies adopting AI. But when you look deeper, it's like 30% of them only have a structured and budgeted AI strategy as part of the company. That's around 70% of companies that don't really have a clue where they're going. And if you actually go deeper, only 22% actually do have an advanced usage of AI. Most of the companies are still in the personal productivity phase, where it's like, I'm going to ask for the weather, I'm going to ask for the canteen menu, I'm going to ask to summarize or write an email, which is really the basics of what you're doing. And I'm convinced, and we're convinced in AWS, and we're investing big time around it, that actually the core is, how do you fundamentally transform the way you think about your business processes? Like, how do you not just like go with every CEO that has, oh, here's my list of 200 subjects that is going to give me 2% increase or decrease in budget. But like, how do I fundamentally change the way I work in a world of AI? And we're starting to see that with companies like Booking.com, like Generali in Italy, that actually are changing really the way they work. And they see returns that are like in the hundreds of millions in terms of revenue. So it doesn't become a token maxing question. It really becomes a what's the business values that I'm getting from all of this investment, which for us is much more interesting.
It needs to move from token maxing to value maxing. And Dylan, yeah, you said ROI, but the reality is that many of the enterprises out there that are ultimately going to make up the market are being measured. They're being rational. What a weird word to be utilizing at this time in a conference like this. But they're being rational because they don't yet see the pattern that's going to pay off. And by the way, there's no incentive for an enterprise to take great risk. And we've seen this play out in other sectors in the past. Cloud computing, pre-chasm investment by enterprises was minuscule. It took time before the patterns were there, the blueprints, the know-how, the expertise. And we're a far way from being able to match that for AI. Most enterprises don't have anybody that actually could manage models. So it's a lot easier for them at the end of the day to actually be consuming through a chat interface and say that they're now AI enabling their company. The reality is to actually to do the hard work, to seek the transformation that's possible. There's a shortage of skilled capabilities that needs to be deployed into those enterprises to help them to transform their business.
It's a new skill set as well. I mean, one of the core blockers that we're seeing in Europe is really like the access to skills. Not that we don't have great engineers, but we've kind of optimized for data scientists, and we still need them, like a lot of them. So that's not a problem. We're not getting rid of data scientists at all. But we have these AI engineers that actually can know which model I'm going to be using, how I'm going to be using it, how I'm going to be integrating it. I mean, that's 20 to 40 years old questions that we're asking, like, how do I integrate my agents inside my company? Nothing new, but the scale and rate of adoption and deployment is just 10 times what it was before.
In past sort of major revolutions, whether it was like, the fax machine or, cars, or, any other technological revolution, it took decades to dissipate. This one is quite unique in that it doesn't take decades to dissipate. It's dissipating in years. AI task length, right? The amount of time that an AI model can work on any specific job is increasing by 2x every 7 months, and so there is no time for companies to wait. So how does one say, oh, pause, let me measure value, when trying a bunch of stuff is the only way you can actually get to figuring out where the value is versus what doesn't work?
I think that is exactly right. So the way, and we've been doing this across all functions in the company, but let's just take software development as one function, right, in the engineering team. The first thing that we did was we basically told every engineer that if you aren't using these technologies, because it's pretty clear, we get used a lot as a vector database, as a data retrieval layer. So we are seeing our customers build some really, really interesting things. And so what we told our engineering teams was, either you start to really embrace what it means to do software development using a Cursor or a Claude Code, and we have certified all of them within the company, or you're going to have a hard time being successful, not just here at Elastic, but anywhere. So embrace it. It's existential. The next thing that we did is, for several quarters, we basically just opened the floodgates and did not put any limits. At the same time, I didn't go on any stage and say, we are token maxing. Like, that wasn't, token maxing for the sake of token maxing was not the goal, right? The whole point was get creative, experiment, learn. The only way you know what the boundaries are is if you push the boundaries. And that was the second thing that we started to do. At the same time, we started to instrument the heck out of everything. So we started to measure everything from, how much code is somebody generating, but not only that, what PRs is it associated with, what are the check-ins like, do they pass integration testing at production, are they degrading the performance? We started measuring every one of these little things, and we didn't necessarily advertise that within the company. We were just monitoring all of this. And then we tried to see who is actually delivering real interesting stuff and what is it costing them in terms of tokens. So all of that telemetry, all of that data then allowed us to set a general limit. So we do have a limit within the company where we say, like, hey, this is your budget. Oh, by the way, if you blow past that budget, by the way, we know what you did in terms of where you used it. Come ask for more, and we'll absolutely give you more. So that's the model that has worked really, really well. And we are seeing amazing creativity within the team. It's been fun to watch.
I'm shocked I haven't heard anyone talk about harness development yet in this entire 15 minutes.
Waiting for you.
Yeah, it essentially just, and I don't do harness development, to be clear. What it comes down to is that the value measurement goes into the capabilities of the harnesses you build around the models to extract these things. So
Lean is not a harness, but I'll use it as an example, right? Lean is a verifiable domain programming language for mathematics, allows language models to start accelerating this curve very, very quickly. A lot of the value is going to transfer to the systems that can put things into verifiable domain using their data. Then you say, systems go. You can measure whether or not your tokens are spent correctly. You're progressing on the right evals. Your people know. So the harness is where you get a lot of this safety. The systems you build is where you get a lot of this safety. And so I think the engineering stack is just going up into being really, if you're really good at harness development, you can kind of assume, I think, your tokens are being spent pretty wisely. But if you don't know what you're doing on harness development and you use the off-the-shelf harnesses, it's very likely these things go everywhere.
Yeah, I agree. I think your harness, your guardrails, your evals are going to become your core IP.
Yeah,
especially your evals.
That's the engineering. The engineering stack shifts from code to harness development, evals, and data feedback loops.
How do we see that actually transition beyond code generation? How do we see scale enterprises be able to transform their old client-server architected infrastructure and applications from 25 years ago and become a AI native, agentic alternative to who they are today? That's the big challenge.
It doesn't necessarily even have to be switching to AI native, right? There's a lot of companies who are using Excel as a spreadsheet, and AI is helping them move to using SQL.
That is true.
And people who don't know anything about SQL are calling SQL databases with the help of AI. And so this massively improves their productivity, despite the fact that this is all old 20-plus-year-old technology. So I don't think it's necessarily always you have to be AI native. It's take your crappy stack and your Excel databases and your Access databases and move it onto something that's reasonable, or port off of, there's a number of companies that are just doing move off of mainframes into the cloud. And it's this saves you so much money and makes your company so much more efficient.
And the leaders that don't know what they're doing are being washed out really quickly, because if you can't evaluate the progress of your team is going to spend these tokens inefficiently, right? And so...
Yeah, but that's easy to say, coming from a Silicon Valley startup or a New York-based startup. But if you're an enterprise, not every enterprise leader even knows how to do that.
Yeah, and I think, but that's also why startups are winning, right? At the end of the day, if your manager cannot tell an LSTM from a transformer, you're going to lose, right? You're not going to understand these systems if your managers haven't taken the time to understand the different architectures. And because, again, not just the harness, but everything is moving into how quickly you can validate things to be true, and that these things are outputting. And
so I agree with that. And when I see sorry, thank you. I agree that managers need to know what they're actually using AI for, right? And there are different types of architectures out there. However, I think it's also crazy to believe that you will have enterprise leaders learn all those different architectures and know what to do. And enterprises are so slow at moving and at changing. And what ends up happening is we see that in our space when we're dealing with a bunch of tabular data like Excel spreadsheets, like Dylan mentioned. Using an LLM for that is just not the optimal solution, right? You're using an LLM for something that just doesn't fit the end problem. But there is a lot of education needed.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I think that's right. Like I said, the reason why startups are winning is because the pace of progress is bound by how quickly you can verify the output of your code generation and harnesses very, very fast. And if you're still in spreadsheet world, again, spreadsheets are a lot less solved than code, right? From that sense, that's why models like yours are interesting. And so I think it is about moving these modalities into verifiable domain and into models that are capable of operating on them. And the beauty of AI is that, to your point, even an enterprise who is very slow is going to be able to adapt these capabilities, but it's going to come down to people actually understanding what the models are doing and not just token maxing for the sake of token maxing. You just need to verify the outputs of your team very fast. And that becomes the job of a leader, and you can only do that if you actually know to work. And so I think it's just a change of leadership a lot of the times is what makes it work into the people that are AI native, and those are the companies that fly.
I'd take a step further. You're completely correct that the innovators are actually getting this and realizing the benefit. And by the way, making incremental progress that looks like winning. I don't think we've seen an enterprise fail yet because an AI native has replaced them. It will happen.
Depends on what you mean by failure.
Yeah, that is true.
Like if you look at a company going to zero, that's one thing. But if you look at, I don't know, like a company, there are enough companies out there.
Let's just say significant enough market share decline.
That has happened.
An AI.
Like big enterprises. Look at Salesforce.
And market share decline in Salesforce is what?
Like what? It's like $120 billion now?
No, that's market cap.
Market cap, sorry.
Market share. Let's make sure that we're not utilizing the way people are voting, which, by the way, we can talk about that. That's not a good conversation today to have, but we should be talking about what's actually happening with customer adoption.
Right about that.
Customer adoption is the ultimate end indicator of what's happening, and it's really hard to throw out Salesforce.
Correct.
It's really hard.
And I don't think it's going away. And I guess even though PIM says like you need to change. Like leaders need to change everything at the AI layer. I think that companies are very slow and very stubborn.
So you started by asking the question, where does it go from here? Like we talked about coding, where does it go from here? That was the original question. You talked about harnesses and so on. Let me try and bring this together. Like my mental model on this has been, it's going to happen, use case by use case, for lack of a better word. And it's not that different from, when we were talking about the internet in the early days. Like I started my career in the mid-90s and like everybody was going crazy about the internet. It did take longer for the internet. I think the AI is moving way faster than the things that happened then. But nevertheless, like you had no idea what use cases were really going to be relevant and were going to completely transform because of the internet. And you saw it emerge over time. We overestimated how much change it was going to drive in the near term, and we underestimated how much change it was going to drive in the long term. I think that's because of human nature. The same thing's going to happen again. But there is something unique about, well, not exactly unique, but there's something interesting about software generation or coding. It's a very fast closed-loop process. Okay, I can generate a piece of code. I can very quickly run tests through it, and then I can see whether it was accurate or not, and that produces a very tight learning loop. And that has allowed coding tools to become really good, really fast. That does not necessarily apply to all domains, right? So there are lots of domains that are much more open-ended. Like, we operate in the area of cybersecurity where there is not more knowledge and ontology and information about threats and so on. So that process can be quite a tight loop. But observability, where errors and warnings for different applications can be just completely random and different from each other, it's hard to produce that tight loop. So some of these might take longer for AI to fully create some really amazing value for than others. But I think it's going to happen across the board. Like I'm a big believer that anything can be automated because the ability to inference and reason is a very powerful thing.
100% agree, 100% agree. And let's take it a couple steps further. I think you're right about it's use case by use case. And actually, where are we going to learn about those use cases? We're going to learn about them from the innovators. You're writing the rules. You're actually establishing the understanding. And if you look at previous tech waves, AWS perfected this, learning from the use cases of the disruptors that were actually building on their platform to figure out what you needed to add to the platform that you ultimately then sold to the disrupted.
You're not saying that they copied, did you?
No, we didn't.
Not at all. Not at all. What I'm saying is the evidence is there. We learn from the innovators, and the innovators are going to help us to understand what's going to become the standard. It's going to take a while for it to become the standard in the rest of the market. Enterprises will replicate, not copy. They'll learn from what's actually taking place in the market. Maybe they buy from the innovators, or maybe they buy the innovators. We've seen this play out in every other sector. I think that's going to be the same case here. It's just happening on an accelerated basis.
Or maybe the innovators buy you.
That could be. That could be. By the way, just in case you're curious, we're an innovator, 2-year-old company.
One of the the whole point of this panel is what happens when you fail to understand the exponential. So far today, we've seen coding be the real area where AI models are dominating, and so it's kind of hard to say, oh, this tech companies, the SaaS company fail to understand the exponential, and so their SaaS mode's getting disrupted. Oh, well, okay, who cares? They're a tech company anyway, so they got disrupted by other tech companies. That's like kind of understood. But what about beyond the world of tech? There's a lot of companies that don't understand the exponential. AI models haven't gotten to the point where they're going to disrupt them, but they rapidly are going to be good enough to start doing the work in other industries at the same pace they're doing code. How does that disruption play out? How do you folks see that coming through?
In robotics, a lot of things are still obviously quite limited by lack of skilled human operators. So there's, even if you wanted to automate a specific task, it's actually hard to find people to do that specific thing, which is also why building in that space is interesting, because there's a lot of value to be had. Like for instance, the amount of airplane engines you can inspect, which is a very hard thing to hire for with models, is going to go way up. And so I think in the other industries, I think it all comes down to how easy are the tokens to get. So I kind of look at it as 3 stages. You have bits to bits stage of AI, bits to atoms is a Karpathy quote, and then atoms to atoms. We're now kind of sort of entering that bits to atoms stage, and then so I think that's where a lot of the next bits of information are going to come from.
Physical AI is definitely in a uniquely challenging position because it does span so many new disciplines. And even where there was reasonable pattern recognition 4 or 5 years ago, those patterns don't work anymore. There's much better solutions today. And I think that actually plays out across the other categories, not to the same degree, but you can see in media production, where a Higgs fields model is actually now potentially being utilized to make feature-length films. And is that a wake-up call? Definitely. Does that put everybody out of business? Probably not. Maybe it multiplies the number of people that are producing media because they just lowered the bar dramatically. Really hard to see what the effects are in each of the cases, but there are definitely signals that you can see in every category: drug discovery, retail, financial services. They're isolated and they're specific. They're not panaceas and horizontal. Not to the same extent as like I just described with media and entertainment, or we talked about code generation.
I think one of the most underappreciated things is context, the availability of context. Right? On any of these models, in any business process, for the language model to actually, or not just a language model, but action models and other kinds of models, to be able to automate a particular task and automate it either partially or automate it in the way you're asking the question, is like, if you're writing the exponential, at what point does it completely automate away something? In either of those cases, what becomes incredibly important is understanding the enterprise's context, and that enterprise's context is the data, their knowledge of their relationships with their customers, their partners, their supply chains, like all of that information. The better you can take that information and make it available in a well-synthesized form to the model, if you create that context accurately, that process of automation is going to go that much faster. And where it's hard to harmonize that information, make sure that it's available to a model, it's going to be really difficult. Because for these models to be able to reason on something that is all over the place, it's just going to produce a lot of inaccuracies, a lot of hallucinations, and it's, you're going to turn away from those use cases and say, not yet. So I think context, just like harness and building the right harnesses, like that becomes your IP. Your context, your data becomes your core IP in this emerging world.
Go ahead.
No, just fully agree. It is one of the core questions that we have with companies. And I mean, agents are mostly like, I have an LLM and have a harness around. What we're seeing is that every one of these agents are going to become complex systems. They're going to need to have their own data. They're going to need to have their own context. Every company is going to have to ask themselves the question, if I'm using an agent and I'm using the same model than everyone else, am I being different from the others? Like, where's my value? Where's my way of doing? And so having a real core understanding of your data, your context is really important. And what we're saying is that, interestingly, pharma, which, I mean, for years, pharma was always a pain to work with. Now, if you work in pharma, we love working with you. But it was difficult because everything was super regulated. You had to have full data classification. All of these elements were always seen as a blocker for like the last 20 years. They've actually like taken a leap forward because they've done everything good to allow AI to actually work. They have full data classification, they have knowledge, they have explainability, they have reproducibility, all of the right elements we were speaking about, evaluations, like all of the right tools that make AI so powerful today. And so what we're seeing now with companies is they need to invest on data. Actually, a lot of companies are still super late on data. So it still remains one of the core foundations that they need to build on to make sure that they know their context, they know their enterprise, they know how to work around it. And once you have that, then actually you can start unleashing agents, you can have the best harnesses, you can have everything that is going to work at enterprise scale. And remember, most of the companies are not software companies. I mean, even though Jeff Immelt from GE said, you're going to wake up, you're going to go to bed as an industrial company, you're going to wake up the next morning as a software company. We'd love that. I mean, we've been providing IT and AI and cloud for more than 20 years now. We'd love everyone to be a cloud native, AI native company. It isn't the case. Most companies are going to do supply, HR, human processes that actually take a lot of time to change. And so that barrier currently can actually be an amazing bridge, bringing the value of the company towards people and adoption at scale.
One of the things this panel's about is failing to understand the exponential. A lot of what you folks have talked about is bringing the data together, having a harness that can bring this data together, that can evaluate the task, measure what's going on. But one of the problems here is that security gums all of this up, right? If you talk to any major company, they have a ton of security. They're always slow to adopt these tools. They say, no, you can't connect that data into that model, or this way or that way, or we need to go through a whole process to review and adopt that model and send it off to that cloud. There's this entire sort of hesitancy there. Is this sort of security-focused mind going to slow down companies so much that they fall behind?
No, not at all. And interestingly, we are in a place where we both act as a retrieval layer for AI, but at the same time, we also get used heavily as a SecOps platform for customers who are trying to protect their systems and so on. I think the core principles remain the same, right? So at the end of the day, you want to allow for velocity and innovation. You want to do that as fast as you can. But let me put it this way. If data in system A was not something that you wanted to make available to everyone before the advent of AI, there's no reason why all of a sudden you'll want to make it available to everyone after the advent of AI, right? Your security policies are based on something very, very different. Now, what changes in terms of AI is you need to now think in terms of agents also having an identity. So in the past, the way you protected all of your systems, like thanks to Google, they came up with this idea of zero trust. Before that, like everybody looked at security and thinking in terms of perimeter protection. Google basically rightly recognized that in a cloud-centric world, there is no perimeter. So you have to think in terms of entities, people, users, systems, data, and make sure that you understand who is accessing what and protect based on that. Now it's agents. So you have to think in terms of agent identities and so on. I think that area is emerging pretty quickly. So I don't think it's going to be a barrier. We're going to change our ways.
One of the things that you mentioned is that users, they wouldn't change their security roles. But actually with AI, a lot of the people that are on my team, their jobs have radically changed over the last few years. They actually do a lot of stuff that is not in their job title, and therefore they actually do need access to things like HR systems for being able to put up job ads or to help me hire, because they now can use AI to help them do a ton of stuff there, or access data that they wouldn't have had access to before, but now they need to. So how does one deal with that, where the human that is working with AI has actually got a much broader role as well? They're not the classic job definition is not the same.
Totally, and what you just described is just a situation where, like, let's say pre-AI, you had a person who was an individual contributor. They had certain access rights to certain amounts of data. They got promoted to becoming a manager. Now they have access rights to more data, right? That's just the natural evolution and hierarchy, and that's something that would have happened pre-AI. Like, that's my point. Like, what I'm trying to say is data and privileges is a concept that's almost orthogonal to AI. Like, AI does involve and create new kinds of risks that you need to manage differently, but I don't think it's one does not completely negate the other.
I completely agree with Ash that security isn't going to slow it down more. What we need to do as an industry is respect the security, compliance, governance requirements that are already in place that many of these enterprises and industries and government agencies already have established, because it's going to take a long time for them to change any of them. So figuring out the right tooling and integration of our solutions to the tooling they have and respecting the existing expectations only helps us to help them to adopt the way that they need to. That's just, we'll move at the pace that we are enabling them to move.
I completely agree with that, and I think that it's a lot of the work will be on AI startups to build, and AI startups and companies like Amazon, AWS, to build tools to enable companies to enterprises to change, as opposed to the other way around, right? And one of those examples is confidential computing, right? Being able to bring your model to the data as opposed to having the data come to your model. And that's something that allows enterprises to feel secure that their data stays with them, as opposed to being worried that their data is now going to go away, and all the data and context that you mentioned before, which is key to companies being able to differentiate themselves, even if they use the same model, will be in place.
The biggest security risk, in my opinion, are probably your own employees using Claude Code to vibe code things. I'll give you one very interesting example. My background is reverse engineering. I gave an intern a task related to reverse engineering something on the internet that was completely kosher. Agent ended up, because you're, I guess, in latent space, you're very, very close to offensive security tasks. And in this particular case, the model decided that it's going to it found, while reverse engineering an APK, it found an AWS access key. It decided, without human oversight, to go access that AWS bucket, which, by the way, was owned by another company. So the actual risks is likely the external connections your employees are making to other systems, not the inbound systems, and those being exploited. And so I think that from a security perspective, yeah, the permission stuff, sure, but I think a lot of it is actually just there's no current way to truly kind of steer those types of things.
The job of the CISO has grown incredibly hard. Like there's no, I mean, just when you meet your CISOs within your company, like just say thanks to them, as much as sometimes you like to think of them as being the ones who like slow you down. Their job is incredibly hard, just getting harder. So I think they have a tough job, and most of them do it damn well.
The conclusion from this panel for everyone is if you want to ride the exponential, become a CISO headhunter.
Lightning question I want everyone to answer left is, what's going to differentiate people who can ride the exponential and who cannot, and what industries do you think are going to be the most disrupted by that?
Bits first, then bits atoms, then atoms, like I said. So, and then anything in verifiable domain. That's why you see anything text-based, where fields were developed entirely in text space, right? Math is a very good example of this, right? So we build action prediction models, so things that do things outside of text. But text is very, very great because it has encapsulated entire fields of science. That's why math is moving so quickly. That's why Erdo's problems are getting solved, right? And so the same thing is true for cybersecurity. It can entirely be encapsulated in text space. The things that are going to move a little bit slower are the things that are not in verifiable domain, or there's very little data in text space.
Specific industry.
Specific industry, robotics. No. Yeah.
Robotics is an example.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also feel that physical AI is probably going to move slower than others, just because there is an element of what do we as human beings feel comfortable with, and I don't think we talk much about that, right? Like so, if you haven't heard it, like there's a wonderful New York Times daily podcast on AI being used for supporting elderly care. And it's a wonderful podcast. If you haven't listened to it, like I'd strongly recommend it. And the great thing about it is it talks about the fact that human beings respond in certain ways to artificial intelligence. And that human element is what will cause adoption to be slower or faster in different functions.
I wish we knew, is my answer. I'm going to go back to an answer earlier where somebody said if we had a crystal ball, because I don't think we know. I think we are literally in the first chapter. And the major changes that are going to occur are yet to be known.
Well, thank you everyone for joining this insane panel where I didn't answer any of the questions that the marketing people for everyone prepared for us or ask any of those. And yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you all, and thank you, Dylan, for keeping us on our toes, and all of you, Ash, everybody else. Thank you so much, guys. Next up, we have a little bit more intimate fireside chat. It's always nice to have a crowd, and especially a crowd as impressive as these folks. But we're going to be inviting up Matt Miller, who is the managing director at Avantic VC. We're going to bring up some investors now. We're also going to hear from the CEO and co-founder of Fireworks AI, Lin Chao, who specializes in this very prominent space. We're seeing so much in the past 2 years, really, as models have leveled up. So in a moment, we'll be hearing from them. Stick with us. That was a short jingle. Go ahead.
Well, good afternoon. I'm really privileged to be here together with Lin, the co-founder and CEO of Fireworks. And fun story is, so I'm Matt. I'm the founder of a venture capital firm called Avantic. I was a partner at Sequoia for 13 years, and I left a little over a year ago to start a new firm. And I closed our first fund on June 30th a year ago. And the first email I sent to the first founder when the fund was closed was to Lin, because I had known her from Sequoia and I wanted to invest in her company. And so we're proud to be investors in Fireworks and to be partners together. So thanks for being here today, Lin, at Raise. And I think it would be great maybe to start off with what is Fireworks and explain that to the crowd.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lin, CEO, co-founder of Fireworks. Thanks for having me here, Matt. So Fireworks is a specialized intelligence platform. We focus on customized model using your private data and help you build a moat to power your product for a durable business.
Wonderful. And why did you leave? You were at Meta in a wonderful role, doing super well, leading the PyTorch efforts. Why did you leave? And why is this the company that you wanted to start?
Right. So we actually, our background is before we started Fireworks, I actually have 6 other co-founders. It's a pretty big founding team. We built AI infrastructure from ground up at Meta for 7 years. That's an interesting time. I can tell a little bit story there. But since then, we have been focusing on building specialized intelligence. And PyTorch is one example. This is actually before GenAI. There's no foundation models. Mm-hmm. Every single company, they start to invest in AI. They show big differentiation compared with other companies playing the same ground. But they actually need to, in order to do AI, they need to hire a very scarce pool of researchers, build from scratch, curate data, design model architecture, pre-train everything, and come up with a model and power their product. The end result is really good. Mm-hmm. In fact, there are many systems emerged from that time. For example, recommendation system. It's everywhere in our digital life. Perception, self-driving cars. And those are the use cases that are massive business, power today's economy. But this is pre-Gen AI time. And the specialized intelligence is magical, it's powerful, but it's not so accessible because the capital investment is so intense and the talent density requirement is so high. Only few companies can afford it. And interestingly, Gen AI is giving us a different future because now there's a foundation model that has learned from the world knowledge and it can solve common problems, significantly up-level the quality bar. And then for companies who need to build specialized intelligence, they just need to post-train, which is a very easy, much easier task, but still leverage their data. And they have full control of owning their own intelligence and build a moat from there. So it's much capital less intense and easy talent acquisition to do it. So we see that the trend of the future of building specialized intelligence is much more accessible. And that makes us super excited to start this company.
Awesome. And if there's one thing you could have the audience walk away knowing about Fireworks, about models and their training and their AI journey in general, what would it be?
So we deeply care about having all the company, every single company own your own intelligence. That's something we deeply care about. We deeply care about giving you the control and having thousands of ideas blossom and shine. So in that journey, I had a conversation with Jensen after his GTC keynote. He said one thing: there's no specialized general company. Every company, especially if you're a founder, a startup, you start from a unique strength that you do things 10 times better than anyone else. And you create your unique competitive edge through that product idea. Intelligence is the same way. You need a specialized intelligence to power your product and give you unique moat. So I think that one takeaway I would love the audience to have is there's no specialized general company. And I don't believe you are building any of those. And if you really care about differentiation, then you need to own your own intelligence.
You know, one of the analogies I like to use when I talk to people about Fireworks is that Fireworks is enabling people to use and work with open source where they have a lot more control. And we have a set of AI system foundational model companies that are very closed, you know, akin to a Snowflake of worlds past. And Fireworks is more like a Databricks, an enabler of using different things in a root analogy in kind of the AI paradigm compared to these bigger foundational model companies that are getting so much attention. And many people here are spending money on tokens, investing aggressively in AI, but what they don't realize is that they're giving intelligence away. And you know, what is really the difference between consuming AI and owning AI, and what does it really mean to own AI, own your own intelligence?
Right. So we have, we obviously will work with many founders building on top of us, and also many large companies who has established themselves and have acquired a huge amount of customer base. So all of them are solving one problem, is how to build a durable business on top of this new Gen AI trend. So interestingly, one thing that has been significantly disrupted is software development. Yes. In the past 1 year. In the past, building application requires tens of strong product engineers and PMs. Multiple quarters from one idea to implementation to production scale. And now with one person who doesn't know how to write a single line of code can go large scale within a few weeks. So that significantly collapses the talent acquisition, talent requirement, and time to market, and make application development so much easier and so much commoditized. Even worse, you do not need to be the first person having the great idea, and it's very easy to replicate ideas these days, because you can ask Claude Code to replicate application very easily these days and maybe build a better application than the original one. So now application itself doesn't have any mode. This is very different dynamics from before. And then what is the real mode are the founders and even incumbents are deeply thinking about. So it has to come from something that's not easily replicable. Mm-hmm. That is your data. That is data you collected from understanding deeply about your user intent, why user engage, what's their preferences, how you continuously optimize your product. Mm-hmm. And every single product company collect that insights. It's actually called product analytics. Mm-hmm. There's no company not doing A/B testing these days. And that's the way to do it. So knowing that there's abundance of talent collecting data to understand the product and continuously improve the product, and then that data, the same data can be used to power your own intelligence, can be used to customize your own model. And that model will be used to power your product, drive better customer engagement, more data, better model, better product, and so on. So we believe that's the future. And that's why we're pushing for specialized intelligence. It is a parallel strategy to general intelligence. Oftentimes you heard about AGI. And we believe both strategies will coexist in the future, but we do not believe there will only be a few AGI models dominating the world and ever build on top of it as an API wrapper. We believe the future lies in millions of specialized models, one per application, per use case. So that's kind of the space we're working on.
And do you feel, what's the line at which a company should start considering training its own models on its own and starting this journey on its own versus leveraging what might already be out there in open source?
So first of all, as you can see, all models, open, close, all included, their quality has significantly improved, starting from last year, especially this year. And it has been improved to pass across a threshold of quality where it can solve so many problems all at once. That's one. Second, the quality of open model where you can have full control of the weights, it's so much, the quality past a bar is so much easier to tune and customize and beat frontier off-the-shelf models easily. So that makes customization much more appealing today. And that's where we are heavily focusing on to make this technology accessible to every single company. And given that we have never seen a company that doesn't have their own data. It's a prereq, but it's a well-adopted practice today. Every company has product data. And then the secret sauce is you are going to establish your evaluation of how the model is doing, and your evaluation comes from your product metrics, right? So every single company has a product metrics to evaluate, because you constantly develop your new product features and improving product surface areas. You have product metrics, and how to distill from your product metrics to an evaluation set against the model. And once you have that, you have the data, and it will help you hill climb towards the best quality. Even better, your quality is fully under your control, it's your mode. But after you tune the model can be much more economical for you to scale your business. And here we're talking about 5 times, 10 times cheaper cost. That just means your business is much more efficient compared with other business built on top of API as an API wrapper. So that means you have a much longer, much better cash flow and a much healthier business to grow in the long run.
And if somebody here wanted to get started on moving away from the general purpose large foundational models and doing something on a more specialized basis with Fireworks, like what's the best way for them to start that journey and start that process?
Yeah, so it's actually very easy. So first of all, we really care about building a scalable user experience. We have a public platform where you can just sign up to Fireworks AI, and our product is fully available that you can self-serve. And we have a full set of documents. You can guide you through the process, and you can play with it. We can also, once you feel serious about it, then we can work with you. For example, we can deploy a researcher to help you tune the model, or we can help you kind of use our platform better. So there are all sorts of ways we want to support our customers, developers to build on top of us.
And there's so much talk right now around token maxing and the costs of these bigger AI platforms that are out there that people are using. And Fireworks offers a significantly lower cost alternative with these models that we've been talking about. Do you have any examples of like a specific customer of the delta of what it costs? Like even in the Legends chat last night, there's people like, how do we control the costs? Everybody's building all these amazing, wonderful things, but the costs are soaring out of control. Yeah. There was Peter Thiel was just the only one making money in AI so far is NVIDIA, because all of these costs of even training and leveraging these systems is so high to build customized solutions. Do you have an example that you could share with maybe you don't even have to name names, but a customer and kind of the delta in cost and how they went through that process with you?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm curious, like in this audience, I'm pretty sure you're all using tokens in some form. How many of you feel like your token cost is under control? Oh, great, there are a few. Amazing. How many of you feel your token cost is out of control? There's more.
Shy, but
okay, cool. So I think it's actually very easy to use tokens because you just prompt it, right? So we are now in a world many companies start to seriously think about what is ROI and how to maximize ROI, not just maximize tokens. So in that regard, that goes back to specialization. because we don't drive Ferrari to grocery shopping. I think through these 100 years of capitalism, efficiency has been deeply intertwined into our thinking of design, into this economy. Efficiency just means we specialize the tool towards its value. So it is across all our day-to-day life, and I think token is no different. So not all tokens are equal. It really depends on the task you're solving. So we see a wide variety of tasks, all the way from coding for software engineers to co-work. There are general purpose co-work to help you build slide deck, to build Word documents, proposals, designs. There are specialized co-work for finance, for legal domains, for customer support, for recruiting, sales, marketing, all verticals. To even ranking recommendation is going to use LLM and so on. So all these start to go into more towards specialized tasks. And even within one application, you could have a router going from your harness to decide where to go. So we see a wide variety of models, different sizes, same size, even with the same size bucket, different focus that is best tuned towards solving specific tasks. So we see a future that a blend of models is needed to kind of, even for one task or for a collection of tasks, it will never be one model. And under that umbrella, even for one model, among the blend of models, you probably want to leverage your private data to build your customized model and own your own specialized intelligence. So there are multiple layers of complexity that we are building towards, and I think because of our customer requirements and the demand we see. So what we believe is the frontier is not one model. Frontier means, it could mean a collection of models where there's intelligent routing. Frontier means it's a specialized model where it incorporates your spatial data and it really understands your local knowledge that is custom towards your application. It could mean many things. And we would love to have every single company owning all this technology to build on top of.
And if there was one key decision, so say somebody in this room is starting an AI company today, and they're trying to figure out their architectural plan and how to begin, what would be some of the key decisions that they would get right by building today that might be obvious a couple years from now?
So here is one lesson learned from our, even before we start a company, is customization or specialization is never static. You do not do it once. Because your application keeps evolving, you have a team of product engineers keep improving and launching new features, understanding user needs all the time. At the same time, the base model keeps improving. So from our point of view, we launch a new model every week. That model top a leaderboard somewhere. So this is a continuous process that you need to train the model very often. For example, we have customer train every week, every day, or sometimes every few hours. And usually you can think about this as a budget or investment you set aside. And that investment is carved out from the saving for you to do inference, right? So we have seen our customer investing between 5% to even 20% of their inference budget. But for inference, after you have your specialized model, the inference budget decreased by 5 to 10x. So that's a great investment. So we have seen a very balanced deployment of capital between training and inference across.
Wonderful. So quick, fun, personal question. You're the founder CEO of one of the fastest growing AI companies in the world. You're an incredibly busy woman. We all are trying to figure out how to use AI to be more productive in our own lives. How do you use AI to be more productive in your own life and in running and building the business and scaling yourself?
Right. So one of the key things that keep me up at night is we are scaling our company. Obviously, the whole entire market is growing very fast. And one thing I really care about is agility. Agility as in every single one of us in the company, do we really understand what's going on? And do we really make the right judgment call every single step? And sometimes we don't have data, we have to make assumptions, and we just need to course correct all the time. So understand what's happening on the ground is very important. At the same time, there's just so much information. We use Slack, right? We're a very chatty group. We're a very transparent company. Everything is on Slack. So there's a lot more for me to read. So I do have an agent that summarizes the key points for me across all different channels. And for me to understand what's happening on the ground. I just don't feel grounded if I don't know what are the signals that we collect from the customer all the time. What are the signals, what works, what doesn't work, we are really betting on the right thing, what is missing, and where we can improve. So I need this constant feedback, and as we grow as a company, although we use a lot of agents for productivity, I still feel like information or understanding of where around the business operation in a quick way is important. So that's why I leverage agent the most.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being here, Lynn, and congratulations on all the success at Fireworks.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. What an excellent conversation. I like these intimate fireside chats, and I'm glad we're going to do another one. Next up, we have Max and Michele. Michele is the president and head of AI at Replit, which I confess to him was one of the first tools I played with. I'm not a CTO, I'm a CEO, but it was still a very, very positive experience, and they're doing amazing things in the world of in this AI universe. He's going to be chatting with Max from Comet, who's not his investor, but an investor in similar products and technologies, early stage, and they're going to join me on stage in a moment. So thank you.
All right. Hey, Max.
Ciao, Michele.
Ciao. My pleasure.
Hey, everyone. I'm thrilled to be welcoming Michele here at Raise Summit today. Michele is president and head of AI at Replit. He grew up in Italy, started hacking around open source at 16, and has been chasing one idea for 15 years: make machines write code. Michele, thanks for joining.
Thanks for inviting me. Very excited to be back in Europe, given that I spend most of my time in California right now.
Yeah, we are super happy to have you. So maybe we can start with the beginning. You spent 15 years on this crazy idea, which is, how can I make machines write code? Can you take us a bit through that journey? And I think it's interesting also, to tell us about the moment you realized that actually technology matured enough so that it could be productized.
Yeah, let's do it. Look, as you said, I started to work on open source very early, even as a way to sort of buy myself a ticket out of Italy and explore the world and find out what kind of job opportunities I could have created with that. And when I started my PhD in deep learning, actually I was at DeepFL in Lausanne, so not too far away. I wanted to basically marry my two passions in life, AI and the fact that I've been, writing code my entire life. And I wanted to give this opportunity to everyone else. So I started to dream of a world where access to software creation was not for the really passionate people that love the craft of software development, but for everyone who needs to write software, just like the CEO who just introduced us. So I went down on a research journey, which, in all honesty, research is both exciting and frustrating in life. It's exciting because you try to push the boundaries of what can be done, but it takes so long to see it actually become fruitful and to see it in action. So I went through that. I spent time at Stanford. I was one of the first people in the world to apply transformers to source code. And then suddenly, coming around 2021, I had my first initial fine-tuned models that were pretty decent at agentic workflows, but not able to build applications end-to-end. So I showed a demo to the CEO of Rapid, we became friends, and then we realized that we had exactly the same life mission. Like, we wanted to really democratize access to software creation. So I came over to the company, and I had one single roadmap in my mind, which is we're going to build an agent, and we're going to make it easy to use and accessible to knowledge workers. And that happened in September 2024, which, as you might recall, is 6 months before the term vibe coding was even coined by Andrej Karpathy. The reason why we shipped it so early, and in all honesty, this is the recommendation I give to every builder in the room who's wondering, shall I ship my AI product or not? The answer is almost always yes. If there is someone out there who cares, do it because they're going to start to get feedback, as long as it's not completely janky. So what we've been building, basically the 6 months ahead of launching, we had thousands of versions of a simple web app that was creating random cat images. You know, the cat memes that are everywhere on the internet? I got almost sick and tired of seeing that every day, you know? But the moment we had like a certain level of reliability of our agent being capable of building the web app end-to-end with a backend, with a database, connecting to an API, then it was off to the races. Said, okay, it's time to go. It goes without saying that from that date until what the product can do today, it's like orders of magnitude more powerful, and that's why we're experiencing way more adoption, especially in the enterprise. But quite a long journey to get there.
I think it's important to remind everybody that this was 2 years ago, right? That
Correct.
you released Replit Agent.
Yeah, practically 2 years ago, yes.
And today, Replit crossed $500 million in ARR.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
With more than 50 million users.
We just crossed 60 million users as well, targeting 1 billion revenue at the end of the year. In all honesty, though, what I get really excited about is the number of success stories that we generate keeps growing at an exponential rate. And that is actually my goal. You know, yes, building a company is great. Having revenue basically helps you to create the next version of the product. But we had this narrative that you keep hearing again and again of token maxing, and it's a very short-sighted goal to try to accomplish in life. I think the long-term game here is let's build products that actually revolutionize the way in which you build or run businesses, and that's what we've been focused on.
And so maybe can you tell us a bit about your users and what they are building, right? Because you're not building for developers, basically, right? So
exactly.
Who are they and what are they doing?
Think of it this way. We trained almost like 1.5 billion users in the world to use Excel. I think we call them knowledge workers, citizen developers. There are so many synonyms. But fundamentally, these are folks that want to use technology, are capable of using computers, but they're not trained with a software developer background. And yet, they have a constant need of creating software solutions to automate their work, to create tools that make them more efficient. And for decades, we sold computers where you are running software built by someone else. And now, all in a sudden, literally in the last basically year plus, we unlocked employees in companies to create exactly the software that they need across every single department. So one philosophy that I've been following on the product from day one is not to narrowly focus on just one persona. And that is something very tempting to do, you know, especially when you're seeking product market fit. The best thing you could do in principle is to target one persona, you make them as happy as possible, and then you try to expand. It would have been the wrong attitude for us to build a product because it's a very general purpose agent, you know, and the adoption spans all the way, say, from HR to go-to-market to support teams. So we keep this philosophy in the product since then.
I think you told that in 26, everybody is an agent manager. I really like this sentence, and maybe it was, you know, telling us a bit more about what does it take to be a good agent manager.
I started to say that in 2025, so I've been very fixated with this. Look, fundamentally, my hope is that we are going to stop talking about managers, as in everyone has to become a manager, either of someone or something. And something means agents. So every single day you wake up and you have a long list of tasks in mind that you want to accomplish. And before, you had to go through this excruciating, step by step, getting them done yourself or trying to delegate. And now you just dispatch agents to make that happen. So your job is more trying to figure out, okay, I'm going to prioritize these 10 different tasks. I'm going to run several agents in parallel. I'm going to vet the results. I'm going to validate if they're correct or not. And then I'm going to take the next steps based on that. People that already embrace this new way of working are far more productive than they were even 6 months ago.
So we're here at the Raise Summit. We're talking a lot about compute, about models. Can you tell us a bit more about, your open source DNA? It all started with JS REPL. You have your own Replit code, open weight models. You have Vibe Bench.
Mm-hmm. Our new benchmark for vibe coding and
yes,
correct.
Exactly. And so, what does it take today, to build a platform like Replit? Do you rely on closed source models from labs? Do you run your own open weight models? And what does it take? Is there an inflection point in scaling where it makes sense to internalize part of it? And how do you see this whole space?
Well, counterintuitively, a couple of years ago or more, I made the internal decision on not putting too much effort in training our own models, because we realized there were a few companies very much focused on pushing the frontier as far as possible. And as you know, that game is very capital intensive, and it would have distracted us from building the infrastructure and the product that we created in the last couple of years. So we relied quite a lot on closed weights models. And I'm very grateful that happened, because the pace of innovation that we've been seeing in the last year, even coming from myself, who have been a researcher in this space for so long, and fundamentally I'm a tech optimist, it really exceeded my expectations of how far we went today in terms of how autonomous you can make an agent. Now, I think this equation is flipping as we speak, because open weights models are becoming impressively good, and even better when it comes to vibe coding. We have to start to think of intelligence not as a one-size-fits-all, where you always need the most capable frontier model available. It's instead the duty of us that are building agent harnesses and agent products to really map the right type of model for the specific task that the user is working on. So today, our model strategy is even more heterogeneous than it was a few months ago, and I expect that to keep expanding in that direction. So we have some models that we fine-tune ourselves. We rely on some open weights models. Definitely, when we want to push the agent as far as possible, we rely on the closed frontier models. And this is very exciting. I think competition is what drives innovation ultimately. So much better where we stand today compared even just a few months ago.
And so you basically took vibe coding from prototyping to production in 2 years?
Correct.
What's next, in your opinion?
Well, I'll say maybe something that people will find counterintuitive, because it kind of goes against what gave us product market fit in the last couple of years. Fundamentally, apps are going to start to slowly disappear. And what I mean by that, we built applications, we built UIs for the last decades, because that is the only way that we've been used to interact with computers. But it's very error-prone. You need to use your keyboard, mouse, you need to do data input yourself. There is a lot of actions that a human has to take in order to accomplish a task. Well, it turns out that the way we work with our colleagues is very different. We discuss, we plan what should be done, and then especially if you're a manager, you start to delegate tasks around. What's happening today is that a lot of these tasks can actually be accomplished end-to-end by agents, because models and agent products like Replit have become way more powerful. So the future that I foresee happening maybe much faster than a lot of people expect is we're going to start to build way more agents than actually applications. So Replit is not going to lose its DNA of being a very powerful app-building platform, especially for non-technical users. But the next revolution that we want to bring to the world is to make it very easy to build agents, make them very reliable. Basically, all the skill set that we learned in the last years, once again, I want to give it in the hands of everyone.
And how do you think this will impact the world? Because you basically give the ability to anyone that is non-technical to automate almost infinitely, right?
When you remove tedious tasks from the picture, even I'm speaking about myself, literally. When I can remove like triaging my emails and my Slack and all the overwhelming amount of information that I receive every day, those are the few moments where I can sit down and think about strategy, think about what should be coming next in the product. I do a ton of support work myself as well. Like, I love to talk to our users because fundamentally they tell me what they want. So rather than thinking of building agents purely as a factor that will just displace jobs, I think we should think of them as a way to upgrade what we do daily for a living. That said, some level of displacement will happen, like every revolution, there will be like a transition phase. But I think we are creating more opportunities also for folks to create new businesses because of that. You can create much leaner companies because a lot of the tedious work can be automated. So that's why we want to make it happen.
And so, first coding, then agents. What's the vision today? Where do you think you can push, a platform like Replit? Until where can you guys go?
Very soon, we're going to allow you to specify a high-level goal and then allow the agents to make that happen. Let me give an example. Say you built an app on Replit. It's a store or it's a SaaS product where you're trying to sell subscriptions. Like any founder, what you will want to have is a higher conversion rate. You want people to land on your website and then buy your subscription more often. If your conversion rate is low, then maybe you hire a growth engineer and a growth PM, and they will start to figure out all the different experiments you can run, like changing the copy, changing the design, changing the buttons, et cetera, et cetera. All this work can be automated. But imagine if you can automate it just by saying, I want to accomplish a 5% conversion rate on my app. Go ahead and make it happen. But we already have the technology to do that, and we do a lot of the work internally ourselves on Replit today. So a lot of the things that we build on Replit are, of course, built by Replit itself. And I want to bring like the level of autonomy in the hands of everyone. So again, the sexy part of creating a new product is not boosting the conversion rate. It's figuring out, okay, what else do I want to build? Why will this product make my users happy? So I want people to be able to shift their focus on what really matters for their success.
That's amazing. I think we are all looking forward to see how the future will be built, especially on Replit. Before we wrap this up, is there any point you want to make to the audience related to the world, where the world is going with AI, and how you are influencing it?
The recommendation I always like to give is, if you're not embracing this technology yet, get your hands dirty, even when it's rough on the edges. For example, chatbots at this point are universally useful, and I think their level of penetration is in the order like billion plus people in the world. Agents instead are literally like below 1%, and they're going to have a far bigger impact in terms of how we run and create new businesses compared to like ChatGPT or Claude, the kind of impact that chatbots have today. So even if the technology is not fully fleshed out, remember how bad ChatGPT was 2 years ago, and just apply that rule and figure out that even if your agent is not extremely reliable today, 6 months from now we'll likely be able to do exactly what you want. So it's good to be always a step ahead, because this type of technology is moving way faster than any other technical revolution we have seen in the past.
Grazie mille, Michele.
Prego, thank you.
We are looking forward to see the future, and everyone, round of applause for Michele.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got another chat. Very similar format, very exciting. Thank you both. But first, there's a video. Okay, so next up, we have Tuhin, who is the CEO and co-founder of Base 10, and he's going to be having a conversation with Corinne from Greylock about this inference layer and the future of it and all of the things that are coming out of their amazing organization. They just had a huge fundraise, and they'll get deeper into it in just a moment. Come on up.
Do we start now? Awesome. Well, today we're going to be diving into probably the hottest topic in infrastructure AI, inference. Inference over the last couple of years has been one of the hottest words. It has emerged as the layer for companies to really leverage to improve their AI. And it affects everything from user experience to cost. Today we have Tuhin, CEO and co-founder of Base 10, to dig into it. Tuhin, thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
So, you have claimed recently that you believe that by 2030, inference is going to be one of the largest markets in the world. Why do you believe that?
Right. OK, so the math is pretty simple, right? So you take any of these consulting reports, which are great. They say there's going to be around $5 trillion of AI spend in 2030. I don't really know if that's a real number, but large number.
Big number.
Big number. Inference is the cogs of that AI. So for AI to add value, there needs to be inference to support $5 trillion of AI spend. And if you assume that the app layer is going to run an, 50% gross margin, it's about $2.5 trillion of inference spend across closed, open, frontier, custom, or fine-tuned models. And any which way you cut it, it probably is the largest market that will continue to grow as AI adoption kind of takes off.
And Base 10, let's talk about that for really quickly. You're not just selling bare metal, you're not just selling GPU by the hour, you're a full inference stack from custom deployments to model APIs. So tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so the way we describe Base 10, and I promise I'll try not to talk only about Base 10, but the way we describe Base 10 is we power inference for the fastest growing AI companies in the world. What that concretely means is that we are building a new type of cloud, which is an inference cloud, with kind of three layers, I'd say. It's like there's a compute layer, there's a software layer for inference, and then all the things that sit alongside inference, we have hooks into. So whether that's RL and post-training, whether that's evals, or whether that's sandboxes or routing, we kind of want to build that whole thing as a verticalized cloud.
And so you said inference is the cogs of the AI era. How have you seen the customers that you guys work with, deal and manage with this changing P&L and this changing cost? And how does Base 10 fit into that?
Yeah, it's been interesting. So, I was talking to the CEO of a large application layer company that's selling into the enterprise. They're let's say $500 million to $1 billion of revenue. And something they said to me was introducing AI, and this was a pre-AI company, and and they said to me that introducing AI more or less slashed their gross margin by 20 to 30 points.
Yeah.
I think that is a very, very large portion of spend that fundamentally changes the nature of your business, and I think that is what every company is dealing with. And so as AI has continued has honestly really taken off and continued to kind of penetrate startups and enterprises. I think what everyone kind of goes through the same journey. You start with closed source models.
Yeah.
At some point, you realize that you can deliver a better user experience for your customers, and whether that's better in terms of quality of the model, whether that's better in terms of a faster experience. You could do that at a lower price point to you.
Yeah.
And as any company, as any enterprise that is continuing to push the usage of AI, that becomes critical to do. And we see this with a lot of our customers. And whether it be companies like Decagon, I think, They wrote about this publicly with, I think, do you remember what it was, like 90%?
90%.
90% of model spend is now customer open. Or a company like a Bridge or Open Evidence, there's so much they can do with custom models that are based around the data from their users and from their product to post-train models and deliver better intelligence at a fraction of the cost. And I think what's interesting to think about is that today, about 3 to 5% of token spend is on open source and custom models. When we look at the most sophisticated customers of ours, it's about probably the median's about 40 to 50% of spend is on open and custom models, and the remaining going to the closed labs.
And so first they start with, hey, I'm a $500 to $1 billion revenue company.
Yeah.
I'm introducing AI, and all of a sudden I've taken a 20% gross margin hit.
Yeah.
And then I also figure out, hey, I can also get better quality AI, and we turn to open source.
Yeah.
And walk us through the open source landscape is changing a lot, especially in the last couple of months. What's your take on the current state of the open source landscape?
Yeah, it's so good. I'd say open source models, or especially language models, really start to make a dent when Llama 3 came out.
Yeah.
And I think I was I can't remember, it's like 2 or 3 years ago. And at that point, it became very clear that, hey, this is a viable way that models will develop. I think there was a bit of a open source winter, say, where for a couple of years they fell behind again.
Yeah.
But over the last, I'd say 18 months, starting with the DeepSeek moment, what you've seen is this constantly open source models are, today I'd say they lag closed source models by 3 months, if not less. So a model like GLM, which is getting a lot of usage right now and there's a lot of demand, can be subbed in for foundation models and even better can be post-trained.
Yeah.
Because the openness of the model gives you that power. So yeah, and so that's really the journey, right? Where you start with something closed, you go to something open, you're like, oh, let me go collect a bunch of data, and then you start post-training that model, and now you have something that is, better, hopefully for what you're using, faster because you can optimize the runtime for how you want to use the model, cheaper because you're not, you have exposure and you can control how it's run and what computers run based on your latency requirements. And then on top of that, you have the control.
Yeah.
So at no point can anyone yank that away from you.
Yeah.
And say, hey, this is no, you have to use something else now.
And you said it's at one point, right now, open source maybe lags Frontier by about 3 months.
Yeah.
Frontier is moving at a very fast rate too. And I know you've said in the past that you believe that gap is actually going to decrease further and further over time. Why do you believe that?
Yeah, to me, a lot of these things are just functions of talent and compute and ultimately capital. Yeah. And I think right now what you're seeing is that, look, they're already, I'd say they are improving at a faster rate already.
Okay.
The gap is smaller than ever. And then you have big, important ecosystem partners really throwing their weight around it. So as an example of that, NVIDIA is, publicly committed to a pretty big investment into Nemotron. Nemotron, is, clean lineage, it's open source, it's trained in America. It opens up a lot of doors, and I just think that's going to continue as those ecosystem partners get behind it.
But despite open source growing very quickly and improving at an even faster rate, there's a lot of talk about regulatory questions. And so if I'm an enterprise and I'm thinking about investing in open source, should I be worried about there being a world where open source does get regulated or isn't able to grow at the rate you're talking about?
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I think, is there a chance that it could get regulated? Obviously. Is that the optimistic take on how the world will evolve and where enterprises will end up? Probably not. I think we have a very good blueprint in the open web around this, where TCP/IP was an open source protocol, and it really powered a new ecosystem to be built around it. And that doesn't mean that there won't be large closed source labs, but what it does, in the case of the internet, Google is a behemoth company built around an open source framework. But it does level the playing field, gives everyone a shot. And I think ultimately for enterprises, there's no other viable way. What
do you mean by that?
Yeah, they need to own their intelligence.
Why?
Because really, like, what as an enterprise, the only thing that you have, which is near and dear to you, is your data, your workflow, your customer signal.
Yep.
And you need to hold on to that for dear life.
Yeah.
And the only way that works is if there is a ecosystem of open source models and infrastructure providers around to run them, and talent ready to work on it, and abundance of compute ready to power it.
Does the enterprise recognize that?
Today, probably not. I think it's early, but there's really, really promising signs. I think if you go and look at, again, if you just look at the adoption curve,
yeah,
I'd say 24 months ago, it was really just AI startups.
Yeah.
More and more, you're now starting to see large digital natives.
Okay.
So companies like Duolingo or DoorDash is publicly talking about how they use these models. That adoption is coming, and especially now, as the open source models are getting really good, there's been a massive resurgence of enterprise interest in this, even in regulated industries, I'll say.
Yeah, because you guys work with incredible frontier customers, right? The Decagons, the Cursors, the Bridge, Open Evidence, Lovables of the world. And what you're talking about here is post-training. We know that the frontier is very good at that and has realized the value. What are you seeing some examples of enterprises understanding the value of post-training and going deep into that?
Yeah, I think there was actually a really good public case study from Bridgewater just last week about how they were able to outperform closed labs on frontier tasks with post-training.
Yep.
I think more and more, though, what we are seeing is with these models, you can run at, let's say 95 to 100% of the intelligence, if not more, of the closed labs at a 70% lower price.
Yeah.
And that fundamentally changes how these models are being used. It fundamentally also accelerates where they are being plugged into.
Yep.
Where they're being plugged into. And that's what we are seeing from enterprises, large digital native startups.
Yeah,
alike.
and I assume it increases also just the span and range of use cases that they can adopt.
Totally. Because again, once you build this muscle once, you realize it works really well. And the ecosystem around, one thing I haven't talked about, which is important to realize, is that 2 years ago, there was no mature, vibrant ecosystem of things around the model. And so today, when we look at this, it's hey, how do you, if you want to run these models in production, you have providers like Base 10. If you want to do search and tool calling, you have providers like Parallel and Exa. If you want to do evals, you have providers like Braintrust and LangChain, and Datadog, and I think that is new, and that is a real boon to the enterprises being able to use these models in production.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is open source is improving at a faster and faster rate. You are seeing customers able to get to frontier quality with open source and at a much lower cost. There are many companies like Base 10 that make that claim, that they're able to do that, as you did just now. So if I'm a customer and I'm looking at my various choices to serve open source models, how do I know how to differentiate?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't listen to me because I have a vested interest to tell you one answer. But what I would say is you should go and try everything, and I think what you'll end up with is the right solution. One thing, the way we think about the problem is we want to be an extension of our customers' infrastructure teams.
Okay.
We want to take the burden of running models away from them.
Yep.
And so they can focus on what differentiates them at the fastest possible speed. I think for us that means everything from software for running inference. We think we have the fastest, most reliable inference software for post-training. So really this is stuff that we've started to invest in a lot this year. we have a group of amazing researchers who what they focus on is the latest techniques on personalizing and specializing models.
Yep.
Then we do a lot of stuff around ensuring that you can scale with us. So what that means is that we run clusters across 20 different clouds in 90 different regions. And all these things together is one thing, and that's amazing, and I think we're really good at that. And I think when you layer in, hey, the attention we can provide to you with our forward deployed engineering team, that's really, that whole package is how we think about.
And I assume there's not just one KPI that they're optimizing for. A very discerning customer will have a number of different use cases. For one, they'll care about speed. For another, about latency.
Totally.
And so there's that just tapestry.
It's a scorecard.
It's a scorecard.
It's a scorecard, and it's like multifaceted. And I think every use case will be different. Every customer will be different.
Yeah. So I want to ask some forward-looking questions. You mentioned earlier that right now about 3 to 5% of total model calls are going through open source models today. What do you think that number is going to be in 1 year?
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer. But again, the proxy I have for this is that when I look at the most sophisticated customers, how much of their token cost is going through open and custom models. More interesting, how much of their token volume is going through it. And I think when you go look at those customers, it looks like 40 to 50%, if not more, of their token volume is going through open and custom models. But what's interesting, that's usually powering 4 to 5 times as much of their token volume by count.
Got it.
So it's just doing a lot more inference for a similar-ish price, and I think that is the end state of the market. Likely, it's 50-50. A year from now, I don't know, maybe it's like 10, 15, and I think it'll climb pretty aggressively though.
Yeah. So on average, you're seeing 30 to 40%. Within your customers. As we said earlier, Decagon released who you also work with, released a post yesterday saying that actually 90% of their model calls go to inference, to open source. How do I get from 30 to 90, right? Like what's going to push the average customer to that amount?
Yeah, look, I think it depends on everyone. Honestly, that number is not going to be the same for everyone. A really good example of this is that there are certain tasks that closed labs might be very, very good at, and you want to use them predominantly for them. Again, I'm not here to make a claim about the world is only open source and nothing else. I think it's just there's going to be a mixture of models being used, and the more companies get familiar with post-training, probably the higher that percentage goes up.
And we've seen a couple of key use cases drive a lot of open source usage. So for example, we know that 77% of all code generation is powered by open source models. Do you see a use case like that that's going to power kind of another next wave?
Yeah. So I think the way I like to think about this is the next big, the big token spend and volume is going to come when there's a lot of, there's infinite generations that can happen, and there's a lot of value to be captured in a right generation. And when I think for me, a lot of the bio stuff and the pharma stuff is very interesting for this because we can generate compounds forever, and we have a lot of stuff to fix. And so I think that's something that I'm very interested in seeing.
And my last rapid fire question is, so we saw yesterday, Decagon is powered 90% by open source. When is a Fortune 500 going to be powered 90% by open source?
I bet you it's already happening.
Okay.
Somewhere, but it's probably sometime in the next 12 to 18 months. I'd say we'll start to see a lot more of it.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Tuhin, thank you so much for talking about inference today and for sharing the Base 10 story.
Thanks, Corinne. Bye.
Okay, really, really excited about this next session. I'm inviting up to the stage Jeff, who is the CEO and co-founder of Samba Nova Systems. Today, they announced an $11 billion Series F. He's been coming to raise for years, and he's so excited to be joined by Monty, who is the Senior Managing Director at Vista Equity Partners, and Dylan from System Analysis, my friend, who's moderated already, is going to be leading the conversation. So come on up. Really a good one. Congratulations. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We're here to talk a bit about big changes at Samba Nova and sort of the new era that's coming forward. So why don't you tell us a little bit about what's been going on, Rodrigo?
Yeah, really excited to be here. It's congratulations to the Raise Committee. What a great audience in a short amount of time. We're super excited. Look, inference has broken the market wide open. This is what we play. This is what we're focused on. And so today we announced the first close of a $1 billion raise at an $11 billion valuation, and also announcing that JP Morgan has selected Samba Nova as the inference provider for the bank. And so really excited to see the momentum growing and continue to participate in this market.
And there's a variety of challenges here in inference and modalities here, right? People are trying all sorts of different techniques to run inference efficiently. What is Samba Nova bringing to the table?
Look, I think there are two things that I think are incredibly difficult to attack. I think you see the frontier labs all trying to drive better accuracy. I think these large models are going to be incredibly powerful, but it takes a lot of energy, it takes a lot of power, a lot of cost to deploy them. And so we really need to figure out better technologies that allow us to deploy these really large models efficiently. And so that's where we're focused, in the multi-trillion parameter, and just running them really fast. And so we think that in the future, speed's going to matter, right? If you're doing code generation, it's taking a long time to compile. Speed is going to be really important. But speed for these really large models where you don't lose accuracy is going to be even at a higher premium. And so we're very focused on making sure we deliver that.
And what's the unique story here on deployment, right? NVIDIA has a market of 100 plus neoclouds. If a neocloud doesn't do what they want, they pull allocation from them. They utilize them to spread their message. They have a very strong control over them. They give them backstops on loans. How are you going to get the Samba Nova ecosystem out there, right? It's pretty challenging for any other hardware to be deployed if there's not 100 people or at least a number of folks out there. So how are you thinking about getting this deployed?
Yeah, look, we're doing so we did this last month, an announcement that we did together with NVIDIA and with Intel. What we're doing disaggregated inference. And so what that is basically you take the prefill of inference, you run it on the Blackwells, great for that. Samba Nova is taking the largest models, and we're running a decode at a 5 to 10x performance advantage on certain models. And then in aggregate, what you're getting is a 2 to 3x throughput increase on existing infrastructure you already have. And so for large folks that have a lot of traffic, you have a lot of customers, you want to improve the productivity of the NVIDIA racks you already have, having this aggregation gives you that option. And so gives a lot of flexibility for people who are already thinking about mixing and matching different types of technologies as they think about what's best for NVIDIA racks versus some of the racks or other racks that are out there. And so I think you're going to see this heterogeneous environment continue to grow. And we think that the speed part and running them on large models is going to be an incredibly important aspect of the cloud that you build.
And we announced VC2 recently at Computex, where we ran the disag with B300s and Samba Nova side by side. I think the thing is, so for us, as we think about, as you said, there's a bunch of neoclouds and what's the differentiation. For us, we're coming from an enterprise first focus, right? So if you take a background, like our background is we have 94 software companies, north of 35 billion of revenue, growing double digits. As much as people want to think software's going away, it's not. And we're deploying actual agents live in our enterprises. And the number 1, 2, and 3 thing that you figure out when you deploy more than one token agent is that as agents and agents talk to each other, speed is a huge limiting factor for how effective these agents could be. They stack on top of each other. And the massive amount of compute and inference that agents eat are orders of magnitude different from us as humans who have to read at 60 tokens per second. The massive amount of tokens that are being served up is a real issue in the enterprise. And enterprises by design are heterogeneous and hybrid, meaning they want some of the stuff on-prem, air-gapped behind their firewall, which we're doing with Sabadova appliances. They want some in the cloud. They want some of these workloads running super fast. They want some running at normal speeds. If it's just document ingestion, as an example, that can run overnight. You don't need the fastest tokens. But if you're doing real-time agent work with a customer service, as an example, it needs to be real-time, and those tokens have to be incredibly fast. So I think what Rodrigo is saying is the importance of fast tokens in the enterprise is where the future is.
Fast tokens are important, but we sort of had two other companies talk a lot about fast tokens in the past, right? Grok, which got acquired by NVIDIA. We had Cerebras IPO. Both of them really focus on fast tokens as well. How do you compete with them? How can you beat these larger companies, if you will?
Well, look, I think there are going to be solutions for different players. I do think that at the top of the stack, you got these multi-trillion parameter models that you want to run at full precision. I think quantization is going to be something that's going to lose too much accuracy. People are spending hundreds of millions to train these models to get 1% of accuracy. And so quantizing them is going to be, in many use cases, challenging. And so Samanova, we're very focused on running multi-trillion parameter models, full precision, and driving them to hundreds of tokens per second on those types of models. And so for people who want real time and the accuracy matters, I think we're going to have a good solution out there that others can't provide.
Look, I think I would echo what Rodrigo said. I think the reality is, from an enterprise standpoint, we're still very, very early days in adoption, right? So we all talk a lot about agents, we talk a lot about inference, but the reality is, like, from an actual enterprise standpoint, if we talked to JP Morgan as an example, there's a bunch of people trying stuff, but the actual live production agents is relatively minimal. That's actually getting built out now. So our expectation is that there's going to be more than one winner. It's not going to be a winner-take-all play. And from a fast token standpoint, that is where the market's going from an enterprise standpoint. So they're going to need multiple ways to play it. The reality is, though, the thing that is not debatable is the models are getting bigger and will continue to get bigger, especially as they self-learn. And so our thesis is that the models will continue to get larger as intelligence gets more distributed.
One of the areas to focus on is sort of capacity. And this year alone, there have been a few $100 billion of debt issued just to cloud companies for deploying hardware. And the vast majority of this is offtake agreements to either hyperscalers or it is to labs and startups, but it's backstopped by either a hyperscaler or backstopped by NVIDIA. How does Samanova and how does the ecosystem sort of work to build large amounts of infrastructure without this capital backing that exists here? So how do you do that?
Yeah, so maybe I'll hit on the capital backing part first, Rodrigo, and then you can jump in. So I think the key for us is that we've announced our own partnerships with folks like Intel and others, right, that are going to be large supporters of the platform. So I think we'll have our own large backstops. And the ability to raise capital, candidly, won't be the limiting factor for us, right? I think the debate that people are having, which I think is the right debate, is everything going to go to two model providers in the US, effectively, right? Is everything going to live within just the ecosystem of OpenAI and Anthropic? Or do enterprises want to own their own data, build their own models, RL their own models, have the freedom of what open source provides? And regardless of where that geopolitically sits, the reality is, over a long enough period of time, open source tends to win in technology, mostly because of cost, but also because of flexibility, and the enterprises don't necessarily want to give away their secrets, right? So what we're seeing is, at the beginning of this technology adoption cycle, like every other adoption cycle, the people that invented it are the lion's share of what people are using, right? So not surprisingly, and they're phenomenal labs, right? Both OpenAI and Anthropic are by far the dominant player that people are testing with. But as this starts to mature, instead of doing just general intelligence for everything, enterprises are doing specific intelligence for specific workflows. And that you can do on smaller language models, open weight models, and that lends to platforms that can run multiple models with multiple languages, with multiple agents, all in real time, that could go back and forth. So I think that Samanova architecture from that standpoint is pretty supported.
I guess one of the things that it sort of stands out to me is that you mentioned these two big model players, are you just not targeting them? Like, do you think, you've mentioned enterprise a number of times, but so far, all of the sort of successful AI hardware adoption of non-NVIDIA flavors has been, Anthropic adopting TPUs, obviously Google doing their own with their TPUs, or Anthropic and OpenAI now adopting Trainium, or OpenAI adopting Cerebras, or it's been a lot of it's the labs that have the skill set to adopt these new flavors of hardware. So I'm curious why you're pushing more on the enterprise angle rather than the lab angle.
Well, it's not that we're pushing the enterprise. We started with the enterprise. I think one of the things that we think that the market, at broad strokes, you've got the model makers, you got the clouds, neo clouds, hyperscale clouds, you got those, and then the one that we're talking not enough about are the enterprises. Historically, enterprises spend a lot of money in IT, and I think they're waking up for the reasons that Monty said about privacy, security, making sure that agents are certifiable, that's going to be a big market that's still yet to come. And they're just waking up. Example number one is the contract that we just signed with JP Morgan. But that said, it doesn't mean that we don't play in the other places. We have significant traffic in neo clouds and sovereign clouds that we're starting. And we're starting to partner with some of these larger clouds. And then for the model makers, really in the end, for them, you're starting to see this year last 6 months or so, incredible openness to actually try various different types of architectures. Right, I want capacity to run these amazing models. It doesn't matter if it's just a GPU or TPU or any of those architectures. But what we're hearing is give us capacity to run the big models. That's what we're hearing. That's the hard problem. Give me something that runs 5 trillion. Someone over today on a single rack would run 5 trillion parameters, right? And so give me something that runs it, but give it to me at scale. And so we're working really hard to build up scale, build up the capacity so that players like VC2 and Monty and folks that are building out clouds are able to deliver that capacity to run the hardest models there are to run.
I think the reality, Dylan, like as we go forward, is the software and hardware in the clouds are starting to merge, right? If you look at the way we're actually building software now, it's not generically going to be just pushed into a public cloud and expect that that'll be run at the fastest speeds. And so if you look at the way things are being built, at the end of the day, the enterprise sale is the hardest one to crack because they have the most complex requirements. And so our thinking is if we can solve that, then we can go back and solve it. So there's no limitation to us selling to any of the AI labs. The reality for us is the end customers that are consuming this are the big enterprises. And so understanding and listening to what they want, which is heterogeneous, the ability to pick whichever model they want, data sovereignty, the ability not to make sure nothing gets exfiltrated, like all of that stuff are real requirements. By the way, those have been real requirements since the beginning of time for enterprises. So the thinking is if we can solve that and hack that piece of the equation, that the other players will be there. And we're big partners of the frontier models as well. They do a great job.
How do you think about, one of the things that you talked about earlier was also like open source. Do you think it's going to win? There's been a lot of clouds in open source as well, right? And not by clouds, I don't mean like people selling compute. I mean like rain clouds, thunderstorms. American open source models are terrible. French open source models. Mistral just stopped open sourcing models really, or there are any of the good ones. So it's all Chinese open source models, and now the U.S. government is railing against Chinese open source models. There have been reports in China about the Chinese government not so happy that American companies are profiting more from Chinese open source models than Chinese companies are. And then there's the whole economic motive there of like actually the companies training these models aren't making much money off of them. Base 10, like Tuhin's probably made more money off of Minimax or GLM or DeepSeek than those companies have because he's serving those models at scale. And same with Lin at Fireworks, right? So these prior speakers are making more money off the Chinese models than Chinese companies themselves. So sort of what comes to fruition? Are you afraid of what happens to open source models? You sort of think open source wins, but where's the motive for it to actually, or ability for it to succeed?
I remember I was at Sun, 20 years ago. No, boy, 20 years ago. We were pushing Solaris.
Man, Asian genes are so good.
Yeah, and thank you. 20 years ago, I was at Sun, and we were building.
He was 6 years old at the time, to be fair.
Yeah, we were pushing Solaris. Yeah, because at the time it was a .com. It was the best operating system out there. It was closed source. And this little thing in the corner that people were pushing, it's like, yeah, this Linux thing is just not going to go anywhere. It's not quality. It's not this and that, and there, might go away, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I can't predict the future. The geopolitics, there are probably many people in this room that are far, far better suited to actually help me understand that. But the reality is, and I've seen this movie over and over again, it's hard to bet against open. Well, if that's the Chinese models that are fantastic today, or there's a wave of American models that are going to be coming. I think there are other countries that are also exploring. I think it's just hard to bet on it, and any incremental, short-term period, maybe has some constraints and things like that come. But having lived that lesson, I think you've got to be prepared that open is going to have a big role to play coming forward. Not to say that the closed aren't going to be important. I do think that that's also going to be important, but I think open models are going to have a role in this market going forward.
At the end of the day, I think from an enterprise standpoint, people want heterogeneous and they want choice. And so I think it's a valid point. What's going to happen geopolitically? I don't think any of us can guess. It depends a little bit where the wind is blowing that day. I think the reality is in the U.S. ecosystem, at least, we're starting to see some of the U.S. players come up around RC and Reflection. Others are trying to build their own open weight models. The Chinese models are excellent, obviously on the open side, and we've used them ourselves internally, at least while we're allowed to. But I think the bigger argument is, do we think that it's better for the ecosystem, and do the customers think it's better for them that there's a duopoly that increases prices every time a model comes out, or do they want choice and selection? And I think the ecosystem wants choice and selection. It's not that they don't want to use Anthropic and OpenAI. They just don't want to use Anthropic for every single thing that they do, right? It's going to be use case dependent. And I think our belief set is less of which one is going to win, and we think there's going to be places for both. It's more of, are we going to be able to give them choice and performance when they have choice? So it's more of, hey, some of your agents are going to run frontier level intelligence because they're doing very complex tasks. Some of them should run open weight, cheaper intelligence to do things that are very simple, like document ingestion. So you should have the ability to do these use cases real time, really, really fast. I think that's what we're betting on versus Chinese open weight or US open weight, if that makes sense.
And sort of to leave us off with the last minute, Rodrigo, I'm gonna ask you the question that you probably have to answer all the time. But how on earth are you going to beat NVIDIA if they've got all the supply chain, they've got all the sort of software developers in the world developing on CUDA? What's your special sauce? How are you going to actually beat them?
We don't need to beat NVIDIA. We just want to make the AI experience for our customers to be better. And so you already have NVIDIA gear. If we come in with some of our racks that get you more productive, get you higher speed, get you better real-time inference, I think it's going to be good. It's going to be good for everybody. There's lots and lots of market for everybody to take, and so we can play our role and play our share in driving those big models and making them real time. And so that's what we're thinking about. NVIDIA's done a great job, and we think that we can actually make the market overall better.
Man, you've had incredible media training because you said we don't need to beat him, and then you said we're going to beat him, but you said it in such a political way, like it's really good.
I don't know what to say to that. We love NVIDIA. I'll leave with one thing. I'll just say, I think at the end of the day, distribution is going to be key in this entire piece. And so we think that the ability to have distribution and a flexible model is going to matter, right? So our ability to have thousands of salespeople selling across 90-something enterprise software companies into those folks that they trust, that they've bought for 20, 30 years running their most mission-critical things, and our ability to say that Samba Nova is the system that you should use behind the firewall when you're air-gapping things, and when you want to do something hybrid with our VC2 cloud, I think there's a real value prop there. But again, it's not binary. I think NVIDIA is going to be NVIDIA and continue to do what they do.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for this conversation. It was very fun.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to one of our most impressive panels today. We're making our way through, so we have one more session that is going to be happening momentarily. So bear with us. It's a hot one. We have the All In live podcast coming out on stage shortly with Mark Cuban and Maddie from 11 Labs, and of course their host Jason. So it's going to take a couple minutes, but stay with us. And this is coming up next. They will all be here live. So keep your seats. Yeah, now's a good. Got a seat. You might leave. Can I?
Trees have lost their green again, and I'm as old as I've ever been. Time's a box and it's closing in. Someday I'll have worry lines and reminisce about good old times, but I'm not sure where those came and went. Well, it must have been when you walked in that door. Well, it must have been when you got more than what you bought.
It's everywhere I look, from Las Vegas to right here, under your dresser, right by your ear. It's creeping in sweetly, it's definitely here. There's nothing more deadly than a slow-growing fear. Life was full and fruitful and you could take a real bite. The juice pouring well over your skin's delight. But the shadow it grows and takes the depth away, leaving broken down pieces to this priceless ballet. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the deeper down. If we build all those bridges, don't watch them thin down to dust, or blow them voluntarily out of constant trust. The clock is ticking, its last couple of clocks, and there won't be a party with the weather in front. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. The shallower it grows, the shallower it grows, the fainter we go into the fade out line. Heading deep down, we're sliding without noticing our own decline. Heading deep down, we're hanging on to sweet nothing's left behind. Deeper down. Deeper down. Deeper down. Voluntarily out of constant trust. The clock is ticking, its last couple of clocks.
The time has come for many things. To conclude the day also, it's been an exceptional day. It's been a pleasure being with all of you. But even more importantly, there's been an amazing team, and we want to thank them. The next and final set of guests need no introduction. I'm going to start by introducing Jay Cal. If you don't already know him, he's got many very, very popular podcasts. One of them is All In, which is going to happen just behind me in a few minutes. This Week in Startups, that's another one. He also invests in 100 startups a year, seed investor would love to have been a seed investor in 11 Labs, but he did successfully get into Robinhood and Uber. And he's just doing amazing things for the community. So we're so grateful to have him, and he will take it away.
The #1 podcast in the world. Going to the moon for real this time would be a big step in the right direction.
I think we want to try to reach new heights as a civilization.
Job creation, transfer, displacement, etc.
We are busier than ever.
Predicting the economy is a really hard thing to do.
I'm not letting you off the hook. Can you get it under control? Is there the will in Washington to allow you to do that?
Well, the biggest thing I think is growth, because we can grow our way out.
What's the path forward, Mark, Tucker?
I think we've forgotten about entrepreneurs.
I'm an angel investor, so I'm kind of biased, but
I agree with you.
Yeah, I think it's $1 billion company. People know me for the Uber investment. It was a $4 or $5 million valuation, but there's
When do I flip that?
Yeah, it's going to take a little more.
Not just our models, but all models tend to do better if you threaten them.
If you threaten them.
Like with physical violence.
Yes.
The one, the only, Satya Nadella here, the third CEO of Microsoft.
None other than Dr. Mehmet Oz.
It's become the noun and the verb. It's how most people experience AI for the first time.
Jeremy Allaire, who's the CEO and co-founder of Circle.
What's your favorite podcast? It's your podcaster's favorite podcast, the All In Podcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your bestie, Jason Calacanis. Besties are back.
Let your winners ride.
All right.
Rain Man David Sack.
It's a lot of seats.
We open source it to
Which seat should I sit in?
Love you, Wes.
I picked this one. All right. It's a catchy theme song.
Besties are back.
Great to be here. Thank God you have air conditioning in the Louvre. This would have been incredibly uncomfortable. I also understand they've established power here in the Louvre as well. So the power's back. We had a little power outage earlier. Really excited to be here. And we have just some amazing guests. And as is a tradition, they don't get to ask or tell us what questions or what topics. So we're going to go right at the hardest questions and topics for our 4 guests today. Let's bring Mati from 11 Labs up. Yeah.
Great, there is a lot of seats.
There's a lot of seats. If anybody would like to join us up here, we got extra seats. If there's no seats outside.
Problem.
You're on a bit of a heater, huh?
It's the best time to be building.
And revenue has surged, but you face really intense competition. Let's go right at that to start. 350 million in, 2 or 3 years? And I'm hearing numbers 500 or 600 million now. Tell us about the revenue ramp of the company from the moment you released the software to today. The product's been in market for 40 months, 50 months? You tell me.
Spot on. We started company 2022. First year was all about building the research and the product to really kickstart the work. We built the first text-to-speech model that finally could sound human. Released it in 2023, beginning of 2023. Then it took us roughly 20 months to get to the first 100 million in ARR. Roughly 10 months to get to 200. 5 months to get to 300. And that's how we closed end of the last year, and now we are at 600.
You're at $600 million in revenue. This is just extraordinary. How many employees now? Because the company's obviously hit incredible valuations, but you have to fill in that valuation, and you're competing at a very high level for talent. So tell us about how many employees you have now and how you maintain the culture of the company when revenue is ripping, investors are throwing money at you, showing up at your doorstep, I mean, quite literally. But you've got to run the company. You've got to build a culture. So how many employees now, and how are you dealing with these competing priorities?
Yeah, that's the key element of how you. For us, the element of like how we can maintain the culture despite the quick growth is kind of critical, and how we optimize both the interview cycle, how we are bringing people on board, how we onboard them. We're 600 people today, so also very quick growth on that people side. And as a company, we combine research and product. So we are building a communication platform for AI. On the research side, this includes everything across audio, generating speech, transcribing speech, orchestrating speech for interactions. On the product, this is how we can complete the entirety of the customer journey, from marketing and creating assets and localizing them internationally, through customer support with voice agents, to proactive enablement of how voice agents can help in operations, training, and sales. So this requires a lot of different talent, and a part of that revenue growth is actually a reflection of the functions we've grown over time. So from the original team, very research, very engineering heavy. From the first 10 people, we had 0 attrition. Everybody is still at the company from those core research and engineering talent building together with us. So far, we've been able to outcompete. And I think the common thread, and credit to my co-founder, who is an incredible researcher himself, we've been able to assemble the team that is truly excited about solving audio, solving interaction, and building that research. And if they are looking for an opportunity out there and looking for a company to join and solve that, we are one of the leading, if not the leading place to do that.
And you started before AI was so impactful at making software.
Right.
So when you were starting 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and working on this, building software was limited to low percentage of the population of planet Earth, the number of people who could write code. And now here we are, went from vibe, we had a no-code moment, then vibe coding, and now we actually have people building production code who are not developers. You have developers going 10x and token maxing. How has building software changed internally, and how do you deal with making sure that the code is really high quality? Because people are paying you this money, but they're going to demand really high quality product since they're spending so much money with you.
Yeah, it's also true that 2022 was still the year where topics of the day were crypto and metaverse. So the building then was also the best time to start because we could actually take a bit of time to focus on what we thought is the future. But the way we are structured is a lot of small teams, especially across the product engineering, but also in how we think about go-to-market optimized for specific industries, telco, financial services, healthcare. So every unit is very tightly knit together. And we do that across the company. So it's usually 5 to 10 people teams that run ahead. And inside of each of those teams, the decision we took, which is slightly different than how it's usually structured, we embedded engineers in every place, and even in the places which aren't engineering. So our talent team will have an engineer, our legal team will have an engineer, our revenue engineering or go-to-market engineering have engineers embedded all across. And those people have 2 roles. One is, of course, creating automations and bringing the software inside of that team. But second is actually helping everybody else do what you said, which is make sure that people are adopting AI, but also there's a security check for everything they deploy. Because ultimately, if you're not using a lot of the coding software, a lot of the co-working software, then you're probably in the wrong spot. If you're using too much of it, that is also a flag because you maybe are not doing that in the right way. And of course, as you start bringing that into the sides of the organizations that never were exposed, they frequently can create, but not necessarily review whether that's actually doing behind the scenes all the secure ways or other things. So that's an essential role in the company.
Yeah, it's fantastic that everyone can build software until you put it into production and you have a leak.
Yeah.
Or that person leaves the company and people forget they built that software and it's just deprecating on its own. The other thing that seems to have changed is management. When you had 10 developers in your pod or 6, you had a UX designer, you might have a pure graphic designer, you'd have a product manager, they rolled up. And then suddenly, we watched over the past 3 years, oh, hey, this is pretty good at summarizing what happened on the call. Oh, it is actually creating action items and it's telling us what to do next. Oh, and it's, doing all the different stories in our Kanban board. And now, how do you think about product managers and management as the CEO and as the co-founder?
Yeah,
you fired them all, right?
We don't have any PMs.
Right. So did you ever, or did you have
never?
You never did. Okay.
Never did. Thought it's a little bit of what you mentioned. That was also before the true AI impact started. It was ideal person in that role can code, can understand the customer, can understand design. Of course, that's very hard to find. There is no truly that many people that are experts in all of those fields at the same time. So we optimize for profiles that are experts in at least one of those fields, but understand at least one other field really well. To your point, what we are seeing now, if you can do a little bit of all with AI, you can maybe step change from being an amateur to being advanced level, maybe not an expert level. So suddenly you are not bottlenecked on all the other functions to do your work. In growth, phenomenal fire. With growth engineering, a person can design experiment, ship an experiment, it's working, and bring it back. We also have the privilege where we are using a lot of our product ourselves. So to be able to do that, ultimately to help everybody else create voice agents, we ourselves need to create voice agents too. So we are seeing that also in the non-traditional functions, even in go-to-market. Like you need to be able to create a version of that if we are offering that to the customers too. And we do. We created our inbound AI SDR agent that, in addition to the form that you fill on the website, you have an agent that you can call. And people are, of course, can give all the information in a much easier and quicker way. But the second thing that happened is people also leave a lot more information, so you can get connected to the right problem and right person a lot quicker. So we are seeing that kind of phenomena all the time, where actually using a lot of tooling makes you yourself better in your job overall, and in 11 Labs, in our specific tooling that we are solving for customers.
Yeah, it seems like the use case of calling on the phone and talking to a computer, or previously going through voice gel, and it was incredibly arduous and painful and annoying. It made you just say operator and hit the zero button like as fast as possible. But now it seems to have turned a corner where talking to a human, I almost feel bad talking to a human, where I'm like, I am so sorry I'm wasting your time with this. And the AI is just so much more precise, and the fidelity is so great that when you tell them what you're looking to do and you cut them off, you don't feel bad. You don't have to make small talk. Is that what you're seeing in your customer base in terms of the ability in real time to interrupt the agent, to interrupt the conversation and just move faster, has made consumers and companies basically embrace the technology?
Yeah, it's slowly becoming that you will be asking for, give me an AI agent effectively.
Give me the agent.
Call, AI operator. But we are seeing a transition where suddenly, and that's the biggest fuel of the recent growth for us, is enterprises, sales team just doing incredible work. But then finally the product combines the reliability that's core with the orchestration for a lot of the AI models, but also the knowledge and the integrations to provide you the right experience. And yeah, I think it was a step change in the last 12 months, and especially in the last 6, of how good that experience became, where it's like this golden era of for the consumers out there, customers and customers is coming, where you can actually open a website, call an agent, and have the agent have information from your past interactions and deliver that help. And I think we'll see this kind of interesting phenomena combining your previous question and this, where now, of course, you are reaching frequently when you have a problem and you're asking for help, but ultimately, the whole interface will change and morph depending on how you are operating with that interface, with voice helping you in the background find that information. It will shift from reactive to proactive to help you get that help before you potentially ask for it. And we are seeing those examples too.
It seemed to me that speech to text had a major blocker. Again, in fidelity, 10 years ago, lawyers would put on drag and dictate, if you remember that terrible software. They get a headset. And it seemed like the big blocker was you felt like an idiot talking to a computer in an office, right? And so people who did it quietly in their office, they kind of got away with it. But now we see something very different. The whisper in the office, people very quietly talking to their computer, giving it a prompt, and talking to their agents. And now there's a ring out, you can press it. Yep. And I use a really cool product called WhisperFlow. I don't know if they use 11 Labs on the back end.
They use us and a few others as well. And they are doing phenomenal work too.
WhisperFlow is just a tremendous product. And then I got a pedal. Does anybody here use a pedal on their computer? Raise your hand if you're there's one dork, two dorks. Any others? Raise it high. Oh, she's half dork. Okay, so there's about 3.5 dorks here. Next year, this is going to be. Do you have a pedal?
I don't.
Have you considered a pedal?
I should consider a pedal. I love the devices that you can wear. And it
I have the Plaud. It's incredible.
Plaud, Pocket, phenomenal, like so good. And especially in events like this, I feel if you preempted that you're recording, of course.
Yeah.
But how incredible would it be that all the signal, all the conversations that otherwise disappear, you maybe tap few notes here and there to try to get signal afterwards. If you can just have that automatically fill your specific notes and make sure you do your follow-ups, phenomenal.
All right, so let me make the case for the pedal.
Okay.
I have 3 pedals under the desk, and I think I'm trying to figure out what the company is, but with WhisperFlow, you press down, it turns on, and you talk, and then you let it go. And one of the annoying parts of working with an LLM is typing, and you're kind of like exhausted when you're giving it the prompt, so you stop prompting. But if you're a professional bullshit artist like me and a talker, this is like incredible, because when I press the pedal down, I just give a stream of consciousness now. And it turns out what these LLMs actually do really well with is taking a massive stream of consciousness where you just keep talking and talking and talking. So I'll give it a 1 to 2 minute prompt, then I let go. And it has changed everything. Everything.
It's you know, like the whole experience is changing so much. A similar version of what we see happen is, you know how you have you want to say a thought and then you're like, okay, I actually want to change and say something else. Now you have those 2 contexts combined, and the experience you get as an answer is so much better.
Yeah.
So we already see that as an experience. But even the previous example of like people are adjusting how they speak to AI versus how they speak to human. People are.
How so? Yeah. How should you speak to the LLM? We saw Sergey Brin say, "Threaten it with bodily harm." Right. It's a very effective technique if you haven't tried it. But what are the things that are different when you're talking to the LLM?
A specific emotional example, we work with a lot of financial services companies, Revolut, Klarna, PagBank, and some of the frequent case, not in all of them, is of course how you remind people about payment or that you collect the debt from the people that aren't answering. And frequently people would naturally feel ashamed of telling the real situation. With AI, people are much more open to share what actually happened, give the information, and suddenly this emotional block of like in front of other human, I don't want to be able to say all of that is very different. So that's different. Usually people are more snappy with AI voice agent. It's like, you know, like quick responses.
Yeah, you don't mind cutting it off.
Exactly. So you can like kind of go through to the point you want much quicker. Which you needed to like change a little bit of the interaction model too, which is working. But we'll work on the pedal and whether we should,
Let's
do an integration there.
Talk a little bit about celebrities on the platform. You have some celebrities who are on there. You also have an issue with impersonation. I know this because somebody was like, "Oh my God, I love your bulldog videos." Many people know I'm a big fan of bulldogs. I currently have 3. And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." And they sent me a channel where somebody had created a bunch of dogs telling jokes, and they made one. And I guess they were looking for a podcaster, so they used the This Week in Startups archive and 11 Lab to create my voice and do this huge channel. And I contacted them, and I said, "Oh my God, it's very flattering. How did you do this?" This is like a year or 2 ago. And they said, "Oh, I used 11 Labs." So I think I emailed you about it. I'm like, how do you protect against this? In advertising, in the law in the United States, I'm not sure about here in France. I'm sure they have 17 laws for this. We have 1. You guys are great at regulations and laws. No offense. The French guy over here is like, "Oh, mon Dieu, génial." That's my French angry developer guy. I cannot smoke in the Louvre. This is crazy. And so is super like interesting with this right to privacy. And I think you've got a quick education on this because you've had a couple people, I'm sure, write you a legal letter. What it basically means is you can't take somebody's voice and use it to, do commerce in the world. You can use it for parody. There is fair use. I can do a Donald Trump impersonation up here if I like. We're going to take about 5% of 11 Lab stock. Is that okay with you? Put them in Trump accounts? Sounds good? Okay. And for that, you have to come to the White House? Brett? Okay, thank you. Nasty guy, wouldn't give 5%. Loves socialism, but not America. It's the problem with the Nordics. Nasty socialism. Then I noticed when my guys wanted to clone my voice so that they could fix the ads where I mispronounce something or I do the wrong promo code, use the code JCal20. They were like, it's 25, dummy. And I'm like, okay, I have dyslexia. And then they redid it. And it was like, I'm sorry, you cannot clone Jason's voice. And then it's like, I have to go in there and do it. And you put a bunch of protections in there. So explain what's happening in that regard in terms of people's, concerns around this. And then the other side, which is the opportunity, because I think you got Jamie Foxx and some other folks actually that you paid for their voices.
Yeah, no, the voice is identity and IP. It's like, when you speak a certain way, people recognize it, can feel that emotion. And, to some extent, it could be a problem, could be opportunity before. I mean, as you did impersonation of the President Trump, it's, of course, similarly something that is possible even with a human, not specifically AI. But for us, on the safeguard side, over last years, we took the role as we are leading on our development. We also need to lead on a lot of the safeguards. So that's like a critical element. We do 3 things. 1, trace everything that's generated so we can take action when needed. 2, now we moderate both on the voice and text level. So if you were to input something that would be commercial in nature or would try to scam someone, that gets flagged, we can block it. And now 3, because over last years we've seen the development of those models more broadly, how can we create systems for the wider world so people can upload a sample and get information, whether it's AI or not, immediately. And we do it for 11 Labs, but we also do it for other open source models. The interesting part, given that it's such a good IP and part of your element, it opens up new opportunities. So we partnered with Matthew McConaughey on creating a World Cup.
All right.
And across languages. And it's the first
I haven't gotten paid a lot of money for these independent films, but 11 Labs stock is juicy. Yum.
Could you do it in Spanish?
It's a fugazi. Yeah.
But the crazy thing with what AI technology opened is that now the voice can be carried not only in English, but also in Spanish, in Italian, in Portuguese, and you can still have exactly that element of emotions coming through. So that's kind of a good example there, but we've seen that with Masterclass.
What do you pay these guys? What does it cost to get Matthew McConaughey? Is this like an 8-figure deal, 7-figure deal? You give him a little equity?
Always depends. The Masterclass, for example, is a good example where they worked with talent directly. And here you have previously a static content that you would learn from. Now you have interactive content. So you have Gordon Ramsay teaching you how to cook in the kitchen. He can scream at you if you're not doing well.
Fucking raw. Scallops are raw.
So that is definitely a.
So they're doing characters now, or AI instances using 11 Labs, so you can interact with them as part of your subscription.
Exactly. But as a company, what we now do, and this from the beginning, we created a marketplace where people can create their voice. We authenticate it. You can share it, and you earn money. Today, we paid back over $22 million back to the community of talent.
Really? So those voiceover actors now who got paid as hourly workers, sometimes they get a little back end if they were doing a commercial or something. Now they can spend an hour reading, create an 11 Labs voice, and then license it out?
100%. And then,
do they get to pick their price, or you pick the price?
Depends on the model. We do both. So you can either give it a default that lets us distribute that slightly more optimally, or you can pick yours, and the use case is going to be different. And like you said, opens up a set of incredible opportunities in that dynamic context in other languages. But maybe a last one on that. Voice is such a big part of identity, and probably our most important work was actually working with people that lost their voice due to ALS, due to throat cancer, and working on bringing that voice back. So he worked with Congresswoman in the US, Jennifer Wexton, who lost it, and wanted to continue inspire others that you can do incredible work despite that, and was the first speech delivered in Congress. Or more recently, I think this was the most heart-warming story. There's a woman that that wanted to get married, lost her voice before she could get married.
Oh, wow.
And then they decided to redo the marriage together.
Do the vows again?
And do the vows.
Oh.
And you could see the whole family just, for the first time, hearing the vows. It was just, you could feel the emotions that you can see in any other way, because the voice is such a connecting thing.
Yeah, and you've done it for some iconic voices. My understanding is the estate of James Earl Jones. I'm not sure if did he pass? Is James Earl Jones alive? Can somebody ask? He passed, right?
Yes.
But before he passed, I think he did a deal with Disney. And he said, listen, for my family, I would like to license the Darth Vader voice for all time to Disney. They gave him some incredible deal. And then they were left with, well, how do we actually do this? Do we get a voice impersonator? But instead they went to you. Talk a little bit about that deal and how it went down. And is that what they used recently, in some of the new films with Darth Vader? There's a new Darth Maul series where they have Darth Vader, and did you power that?
I don't know what I can say about the new things, but definitely the big use case, that big, completely new experience was in the gaming space where Fortnite, so Epic Games game Fortnite, launched Darth Vader, which people and players could interact with live in partnership with the estate, in partnership with Disney. So every player, after reaching a certain stage, could have a Darth Vader interact and help you solve the missions. And we are seeing that kind of mode coming up more and more often, of how you can effectively extend your likeness, your, like you said, live publicity into interactive use cases, bring it across the world up together. So that was exactly that model. And now we are working on one of the public ones is Headspace. So Headspace has a great meditation.
Yes, this is the second greatest meditation app right behind Calm.
Which you are an investor of.
Oh, I am?
Calm
I didn't realize. You're right. I did invest in Calm, but it was a $4 million company.
But Calm is incredible. I think their team.
But anyway, you were working with the second place.
Exactly. Yeah. So they not exactly the second place, but exactly to the working part. They localize a lot of the content, and Calm, I think, is trying some of the interactive elements. Could you have a meditation lesson that's personalized to you, which we would hopefully love to
that would be amazing.
And imagine just, there's so many voices.
David Sachs is defending Trump. Take a deep breath in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out.
Maybe you should license the voice to Calm.
I mean, that would be interesting. Let's talk a little bit about being up against some of the greatest entrepreneurs ever who want to take your business from you, specifically Dario at Anthropic, Sam from OpenAI. They want your business. They've been pretty clear about it. And I think you have used the frontier models in your product, but you must be thinking, my Lord, am I enabling my own demise by partnering with them? And there's all these open source models. So how do you think about your partnerships with those type of frontier models and the fact that they want to kill your company?
So on the first part, given we create a platform, we try to provide all LLMs out there so our customers can pick. Anthropic, OpenAI, open source, Google models. And that being agnostic to the specific model is actually helpful because customers can make sure that they build a harness, build the agent orchestration, create a voice element of how that agent interacts with the world, how the marketing will interact with the world, but they're not dependent on any model. So for us, that part is actually good because we can provide that to the customers. On the kind of the second big part of course, the space is overlapping. Increasingly, models are platform are application. Everything is becoming a little bit more fuzzy. For us, still the defining piece was focusing on that one layer of how does interaction look like? How does communication look like? And we've been able to outcompete them on voice models. Both on text-to-speech, speech-to-text, on the turn-taking, on music. And we've, here, our research team is a set of magicians that are able to continuously do it time and time again. And I think part of the reason is it's on the research side. It's the architecture that matters, not the scale. You really need to change how the model operates. 2, you need very specific data that there's, of course, a wide set of data out there, but it's unlabeled data and where we spend a lot of time. So we build an internal team of over 1,000 contractors that label all those audio assets to make them good. So that's on the research side. And then as we think about the rest of product stack, we want to create a fully verticalized solution for that communication angle. The product, understanding the right workflow in financial services, is very different to healthcare, very different to telcos. We spend all of our product team to figure out how that works, and those companies don't. And then ultimately, last piece is the ecosystem. Can you build the wider set of integrations, voices that you use, templates for the agent authentication that you can benefit from instead of starting from scratch? And so far, we've been able to create a new model for that.
Certainly, though, you must be concerned about, hey, the reinforcement learning, the data leakage. They say they're not using your data, but they're kind of using your data. And so do you have an open source project internally as the, like, in case of glass, we got to break this? And when do you think you'll be able to discontinue working with them if you had to?
We know that some companies are continuously trying to figure out how to distill and use the data. So that is an existing problem, and we have few mechanisms to stop it. Or slow it down, not stop it. But on the open source question, or like creating our own versions, we are looking a little bit closer on like how we could use our expertise of how does we won't focus on knowledge work, we won't focus on coding, but any interaction and how you can combine all those pieces together and make sure this is great. Yeah, we want to own. So we are spending more time there. But it's also just great to be in the arena and compete with those guys and every so often show that we can do it and do it better.
Yeah, it's pretty clear in my estimation that that's where you will wind up. And the ability to make your own language model today, especially with all these great models out there that are now open sourced, it's going to be pretty easy for a company with your level of resources. So why wouldn't you? At least offering it as an option. And then I guess there's cost. I mean, you must be shipping tens of millions of dollars to the frontier models every year?
Ship a good amount. We are good partners with them. But it's ultimately, showing up in the value we can create too. So like a lot of what we spoke at the beginning of how we can elevate ourselves as an organization too is definitely helpful. So I think they've done tremendous work on building. It's almost crazy that each of us has like a Turing, if you were to chat with an agent now, it feels like the Turing test will be complete. It's as smart as another human. And we hope this year we'll do that same thing for voice, where any conversation feels like you are speaking with another human. And it will be fun.
Yeah, I think you're there. It just depends on the application and like what question you ask. But it definitely passes. If we were to look at the tests that were created to define artificial general intelligence or just to define artificial intelligence, we passed all of those. These were tests that were created 30 or 40 years ago. We need a new set of tests right now. I think the new test is like, can this be more intelligent than every single person on the planet times 10? And if we get anything less than that, we're kind of like, oh yeah, it's not smart. I mean, these things, we're kind of there on AGI, don't you think? Like we've kind of achieved it, we just haven't deployed it?
There are definitely places where we did achieve it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, continued success. Let's give it up for Mati from 11 Labs. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming out. All right. I mean, it's tough. You ship $50 million to Dario and Sam Altman, and then they stab you in the back and make a competing product. This is a pretty hardcore game. It's not for the faint of heart. I'm being a little facetious, but this will be the trend, I think. Hey, let's bring out Pat Gelsinger to join us here. Big round of applause. All right. Good to see you, brother. How's everything?
Man, everything's great. Yeah, you got a nice group here, so we're gonna have fun.
Very intimate. Yeah, we're having a good time. Yeah. Let's get right into it. Spent a long time at Intel.
Yeah.
And
only 34 years.
34 years.
Yeah.
Probably one of the greatest American companies ever, and then absolutely went off the rails and got absolutely demolished by NVIDIA. TSMC, and I guess Apple to a certain extent. So you had this incredible Intel Inside moment. We bought our computers based on, hey, the Pentium and that sound.
Yeah. Intel Inside, baby.
Intel Inside.
Dum, dum, dum.
Dum, dum, dum. And so let's talk about how things went wrong, what went right, and then how did it, and you were there for a long time, you took a break, and then you came back, but there seem to have been some critical mistakes that we can learn from. So let's just embrace it and go right into it. Tremendous success as an American company, coming back now, I think, reasonably. But when we look back on it and we do our post-mortem, what were the mistakes and what would we change in terms of the direction of that company?
Yeah, and having spent so much of my life there, I view it. I joined when I was 18. I went through puberty at Intel, right?
Wow.
I joke, right? Just like I am so early. Grove, Noyce, Barrett, right? They were the people I grew up at. Yeah. Right, so on. They were my mentors. They were the people I adored for it, and they were deeply technical.
Andy Grove,
Gordon Moore, Bob Noyce, co-inventor. These were deeply technical leaders. I remember when I joined the executive staff for the first time. There was probably 15 of the 20 people that were in the room were PhDs. Right? It was just that technical. And, I view one of the things that went off the rail was when it started to be run by business people.
Yeah.
As opposed to technical
the
people.
bean counters, the finance people.
Yeah, and when I became CEO in 2001, that was the first technical leader in essentially 15 years. Right, associated with it. And if you have a business leader, who does he promote? Business leaders, and right. So I think one of the fundamental things is, and as you look at the great technology companies today, they're deeply technical
and founder-led typically.
And even if they're not, Satya's not a founder,
no,
right?
Yeah,
Sundar's not a founder as well, but they're deeply technical individuals. And when you're making these hardcore technical, decisions that affect billions of dollars, you don't do that through a spreadsheet.
Right.
That's a lousy investment,
right?
Unless the technology trends make it the right investment. And I think that's one of the fundamental things. And obviously, in the 5, 6 years before I came back, Intel gave $100 billion to shareholders.
Oh, the dividends.
And
stock buybacks.
What I wouldn't have done for another $100 billion on the balance sheet of Intel.
What would you have done? You probably would have made chips for iPhone, which Intel passed on, yeah?
Yeah, but it hadn't built a new factory in a decade. When I got there, it's like, how can you not be building? How could you not buy EUV machines? There's just all of these things, that you would only do as a technologist because the economics behind them by themselves were not good. So, it's getting back to the core of technology, to me, that was, the fundamental thing. You make good decisions, you make bad decisions as leaders. Every business does that as they go along. But, fundamentally, this is a technology business. And you need technologists running technology that then hires technologists that are sitting at the staff, that then hire the best technologists,
and take big swings at categories that could matter in the future, like skating to where the puck's going. If you look at Apple, they did the same thing for the past 15 years, buying back the stock, tremendous amount of dividends. They're the largest holder of capital of any company, I believe, to this date. And what companies do they buy? They buy little tiny acquisitions on the margins. I think the largest ones was Beats, because they wanted to get inroads into certain demographic segments, like in the Android space, that they couldn't get into. But my God, what a colossal waste of time. Like you said, they could have done so many amazing things. Tell me about Steve Jobs in 2008, 2009, deciding, I think we're going to make our own silicon and that impact. Because was that a covert project? Or did you guys know he was doing that? Did he inform you?
Well,
that seemed to be another one of those forks in the road, yeah?
Steve was an incredible leader.
Yeah.
He was also a ruthless leader, right? Sure. Very difficult. Read Walter Isaacson's book on him as well. I had many, many conversations with Steve over the years, for it. But when they moved to Intel and the Centrino chip, it was a big deal.
Yeah.
Right? And they were putting extraordinary demands on Intel. Make the chip smaller, drive lower power. They're a demanding customer. And when he was no longer convinced that we could continue to do that, he started the project. Right? And if you remember, what was it? P Semi. They acquired some small companies, started to build some competency, but they did a few little chips internally. It wasn't a big deal, and then the little chips got a little bit bigger. And Steve was a master of this. Just starting, these small efforts to build core competence inside the company. I remember when we had the first conversation with Steve about porting the operating system to the Intel chip from the power chip that they were running on before they moved to Intel. And we were quite proud of the silicon software competencies that we had in compilers and operating systems. So Steve, we'll help you port the operating system to the x86. And I remember that Steve said, I've been working on that for the last 4 releases. He had been preparing the core technologies inside of Apple for something that might happen in the future. And he was already, to me, I just remember I was just shocked. I've ported the last 4 releases to the x86. I think we got this.
Yeah.
Right? It was that kind of thing. And that's how they got into the semiconductor, doing their own semiconductor. I'm not sure I can rely on Intel to be that much ahead of the industry, and I can start optimizing the system design with the silicon design, as opposed to relying on one that's been somewhat optimized for a Windows environment versus an iOS environment, in their operating system. And, it was just, it was never that kind of thing that he sort of said, right, you failed as a supplier. No, I can supply myself better.
Yeah, and Jensen decides, hey, he's going to go all into making these video cards and talk about just incredible serendipity that these happen to be also very applicable for cryptocurrency and running these AI jobs.
Yeah,
was that luck or skill or a combination of both there?
Well, when you think about that progression, Jensen, he was just building high-performance computers, throughput machines. When we were at the height of our strength on CPUs at Intel, we sort of scoffed at his machines.
Yeah.
Right? So like, oh, it's a graphic machine. Who cares? There's some gamers who want to use that kind of stuff, right? It was always the big CPU and those little GPUs. But when they started to build a real software stack, with it, right? Sort of, okay, this CUDA thing and SIMT as a technology, multi-threading and so on. And it just sort of kept getting a little bit better and a little bit better. And it was a little bit jobs-like in that way. We're just making it better every release, and it's becoming more robust. And all of a sudden, the crazy, Japanese HPC guys said, hey, we could take those graphics cards and maybe start using them in HPC. Right? And that was sort of a defining moment where it wasn't just about doing graphics anymore. This was a more computationally dense platform to start attacking some of the world's most interesting workloads. And I think Jensen would agree that was a defining moment in them sort of saying, oh, these aren't just graphics cards anymore. These are general purpose computing devices that can start applying to these other workloads. And, AI was, had gone through its 5th nuclear winter by that point.
Yeah.
We're just like, man, this is never going to matter, right? We're never going to, get the breakthroughs. But the community around it was continuing to develop. For it. And the CUDA software kept getting better generation by generation. And, I had a project at Intel Larrabee, right, where we were trying to take the x86 and essentially do the same thing. Right, for it. And, in my first departure from Intel, the project was killed a week after I left. And the world would have been so much different, right?
I mean, it really, I think it's illustrative of what continuous innovation, taking some risks, and doing that fundamental research and the compounding power of technology, because I think it was William Gibson who said the street finds its own use for technology. Like, NVIDIA did not predict that this Bitcoin project would take over and that this would be the best way to do those computations, nor did they anticipate, I think, that AI would take off. But because it was the best solution, the hacker community could kind of figure that out. Well, as we wrap on the Intel portion of your career, okay, Apple Silicon, that's one. And then you have NVIDIA. And then you have this Taiwanese company that starts making, really great at fabricating these chips. And Intel missed that as well, yeah? And maybe you could talk a little bit about TSMC and their surging, and we can even get into a little bit of the politics of it now, and then we'll get into some of these AI chips and venture investing.
The thing with TSMC was they started with a vision of foundry, right? They were going to become the factory for the industry. And again, these factories are so expensive. 20 billion, 30 billion, and the engineering and the continuous investment required to do it. And it was a stunning vision at that point in time. Intel was IDM, as we called it, the integrated design and manufacturing. We never worked to make our process and our factories available for third parties. Right? It was always this thing, hey, it's, we do enough CPUs ourselves, we reuse it for chipsets and some of the other things that we're doing, but it was never standardized in a way that it could be made available for a broad ecosystem, using PDKs and all the design tools. We did a lot of our own EDA tools ourselves. One of the projects that I started early in my career was the foundations of EDA. Right, as well. The first place and route, the first standard cells, the first high-level description language. It was so proprietary, and TSMC basically cut that in half and says, I don't care whose chip it is, I don't care what you're designing, I'll be your manufacturing partner. And at the time, that was such a trivial piece of the business, Intel didn't even care. Right, so on. And then, over steady progress over a long period of time, and Apple, as a customer, driving them to become really meaningful, obviously the world changed. And when I came back to Intel in 2001, TSMC was producing 5x the wafers of Intel.
Wow.
Right? Not 10% more, 5x. And all of a sudden, that model of foundry became the model of the semiconductor industry with two exceptions, Intel and memory. Memory guys design and manufacture, right? That is uniquely different. And obviously, we're seeing them, $3 trillion memory companies, just extraordinary. And $1 trillion foundry company in TSMC. The industry has said, I want a lot of wafers. I want a lot of innovation of different designs. I have a layer of standardization and EDA tools, and the world changed. And obviously, as I came back to Intel, that was one of the core theses of the new strategy. We must become a foundry as well. 5-to-1, and now it's more like 7-to-1 in terms of wafers, to TSMC, to Intel.
Are we going to be able to onshore that? Obviously, we had the CHIPS Act, and just give us broad strokes what you think is going to happen here in terms of, obviously, Taiwan is in play. Some people in the administration believe it's going to happen the year after Trump's out, unless he takes his third term. Other people believe it was going to happen as early as 27, or maybe going into 28. So are we going to be able to replicate that here in America in a reasonable amount of time? Or is this truly could be a cataclysmic event if, God forbid, China decides, hey, we're going to blockade Taiwan, and then the Taiwanese decide, yeah, we're going to burn the fabs and we're going to fly out all of the engineers and ship them to America?
Well, there's a lot in that question. Do we have an hour to talk about this question?
Well, I mean, we have 6 minutes, but do the best you can.
Okay.
I want to talk also about the AI bubble.
So three things about this super quick. One is the CHIPS Act is having benefit. Right? When we started the CHIPS Act in, when 2001, when I came back, the U.S. was building about 12% of leading edge. Today, that number is more like 18%. Okay, we're making progress. It's not 50%. We have a long way to go, right? Intel is starting to be a real foundry. Okay, that's real progress. And TSMC's factories are up and operating at scale, right? We have Samsung and as well, but I'd say the Intel and the TSMC progress. Okay, that's meaningful. Now let's make it ugly for a second. The island of Taiwan has less than 3 weeks. A big article in the Wall Street Journal 2 weeks ago on this. Less than 3 weeks of energy reserves.
Wow.
Okay, that should just put a chill in everybody's spine, right? Because the blockade, after 3 weeks, the island browns out. When you turn off a fab, it doesn't come back on for 90 days, right? The economic impact of a brownout of Taiwan is greater than the Great Depression, right, in the world. Never do you need to do anything, a shot to be fired. You just need to say, great, no energy for 3 weeks.
No oil. Yes.
Right, no LNG, right? That's how the island run. That is scary, to me. We need more resilient supply chains associated, with it. And I don't think this is an alternative for the world, because if it really does become a risk, and I'm, I don't sit in the situation room and get all the data and so on, but let's remind each other that I think China has blockaded the Taiwan Straits 7 times over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
This isn't a theory.
No, they're running exercises. They're being pernicious and pretty provocative in terms of...
Is that 2027? Is that 2030? Is that 2035? Their intentions have been clear over a sustained period of time. We need more resilient supply chains for it. So something, I put a lot of my time and energy into, and we're making progress, but we need to go faster, need to go more meaningful.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about the AI build-out. I mean, you watched the PC revolution, servers, the internet. These were all extraordinary build-outs. And then this is the build-out to end all build-outs. The amount of data centers, the amount of chips, the amount of inference needed. Do you think it's a bubble? I think I've heard you say, it's obviously a bubble. But what's the risk factor here? That we build too much? Or that the technology doesn't solve enough problems and we are swimming in tokens? What worries you about what you're seeing now? The valuations of these companies has gotten quite extraordinary. And if they build too much and they spend too much money and they don't make enough money, well, based on your experience with running a company, a public one, that's a lot of tension on it. When you don't make as much money as you're spending, people tend to fall out of love with these stocks. Yeah.
Well, I do think there is a silver lining here that guarantees we don't get too far ahead of ourselves in terms of bubble, and that is energy capacity.
Right.
Right. Energy capacity in the world is expanding 4 or 5%. In the U.S., we had a decade at 1%. Right? It's just hideous what we did to our energy grid, over about a decade and a half. But now that's getting built out. But essentially, nobody's going to build and buy GPUs and build data centers if they don't have energy. So essentially, you have an upper bound on how aggressive and how hyped and bubbled that we get. So I take a lot of solace in that.
Yeah.
Right? For it, because what then is the incremental value of a token? And if it's a measure of intelligence, it's somewhat infinite, right? In the sense, if I have more intelligence, I will do, better supply chain. I will do better finance. I will do more, efficient logistics. I will, all of those things. So to me, the potential value that we unleash in a token economic world is somewhat infinite. Right, and particularly with labor shortages and so on that we see right in developed countries, I am an optimist. That we're in a couple of decade build out.
Wow.
Right, not a couple of years, a couple of decades. One of the big objectives I've said is that I have to make AI 10,000x better. Right? It's way too expensive today. We want to drop, by 5 orders of magnitude the cost per token, the energy, per token, so that we really do have Jevons law, that we just explode the access to AI, right, in much more economic ways.
Which it does seem like Jevons paradox has been at play over the last year. Like, oh my Lord, these tokens are so cheap and the tools are getting so good. Yeah, I'm just going to start using these tools all day long until the bill comes in and you're like, okay, yeah, maybe I need to get some ROI out of this. But you do have these incredible companies, Cerebras, Grok, et cetera, making inference.
Right. D-Matrix, Next Silicon, and so on. If we accomplish, right, these orders of magnitude improvement in token economics availability, reduction in energy costs associated with it, we just have a fantastic couple of decades in front of us. There has not been a time in human history where it's been better to be a technologist than the one we're in right now. We will solve chemistry, we will solve language, we will invent new materials, new forms of interaction, killing cancer, right, lifting people out of poverty. There is not a better time to be alive than the one that we're in right now. And as technologists, we get to sit in the driver's seat of it.
Pretty amazing. And you're investing, and that's your passion now. What do you think of these valuations? It's seems, if you live through the dot-com bubble, we did see a disconnect there. These companies, slightly different. We just had 11 Labs up, 600 million in revenue. Lovable. I think they're at 500 or 600 million. So that's quite different than the dot-com speculation, yeah?
Yeah. Well, fundamentally, we have real revenues, real margins coming out of these businesses as well. That said, anytime the multiples get too high, okay, some corrections. And to me, periodic corrections that keep the multiple, earnings multiples and so on in reasonable things is good, because this will not be a smooth curve. I'm predicting 2 decades of goodness, and there's going to be lots of disruptions along the way. It's not going to be a smooth curve, and every time we have one of those corrections, say thank you, right? We're not letting the bubble get ahead of itself, right? Hey, we had the SaaS apocalypse. There's going to be other apocalypses on that journey when industries get impacted by the capabilities that will be unleashed. And that's even before it gets exciting, and what I call the trinity of computing: classical computing, AI computing, and quantum computing. And when those 3 come together, okay, that's when things get really exciting.
Quantum's been about 5 years away for 25 years. When is it actually going to do anything meaningful?
This decade.
This decade, so by 2030.
Yep.
It'll be meaningful. What should we expect in terms of its impact in 2030?
You're going to be able to start doing things that cannot be computed today.
Okay.
Chemistry, biology, there will be things that can't be computed today. Some of the easy things will be some of the logistics, where I will compute the best answer to get this thing to you, right?
Traveling salesman problem.
Right. All of a sudden, all of those problems. Obviously, it's probably going to be 2020, 2032, 2033 when we solve things like encryption, right? Where you'll have the fundamental Q day kind of implications. But this decade, we will see quantum supremacy results across multiple industries. We know how to build qubits. We know how to error correct qubits. We now have algorithmics, right, against quantum, and now it's just about engineering scale.
Who's going to win?
Well, obviously, I'm a Quantum guy, right, since that's one of our portfolio companies. But the thing that you're seeing is that you now have 4, 5, 6 modalities of quantum that are demonstrating pretty good results. Right, across trapped ions, across photonic approaches, spin approaches. So you now say modality is not an issue. Error correction's been proven across them, and I think the race will be on. And my prediction is meaningful results before 2030.
Wow, you realize that's about 40 months from now.
Yeah.
Okay, meaningful results. Thanks so much, Pat, for sharing
Excellent.
all this incredible information and knowledge. Great to see you.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. We're going to keep cooking with oil here. My Lord, 40 months. How many people, show of hands, how many people think quantum meaningful by 2030? How many people think we got a little bit longer to go? Okay, 50-50 in the audience. Interesting. All right, let's bring out Max from Lagoria. Big round of applause. Lagora, sorry.
Hey.
How are you doing, sir?
Great, good to see you.
Man, you're growing also at a very significant clip.
Exponentially.
Is it exponential? No, it's not exponential.
Oh, it's sustained 50% quarter over quarter for the last 7 quarters.
50% quarter over quarter, last 7 quarters. Yeah, that's pretty darn fast. Yeah.
So I think we actually just became, as of the close last week on Tuesday, one of the fastest enterprise company with a direct sales motion to go from 1 to 150, beating Sierra with 1 quarter.
Amazing. And so people, I mean, there's a couple of things in life that people really hate, and paying lawyers is like way up on the top of the list. With your tools, obviously, you got your contemporary and Harvey, and people.
Sorry, who?
It's a small company in the States. And then you also have, I guess, Claude and other folks also want to be in your business. So this is a big prize to take, I don't know, 80% of what we pay lawyers for and compress it by 90%. Like, what is the realistic power law here in terms of making, for startups in the audience, your legal bills dramatically drop in costs? Yeah, and I'm seeing it already in the startup space. I had one startup that hit $1 million in revenue.
Yeah.
They had closed multiple rounds of funding, multiple, obviously, large number of employees, a decent couple dozen employees. They didn't have a corporate lawyer.
No.
And I said, whoa, you think at $1 million in revenue, like somebody should review the contracts? And they're like, ChatGPT, bruh.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, what about the cap table? They're like, ChatGPT, bruh. And I was like, okay. And HR, and they're like, same thing, bruh. And I'm like, okay.
It's going to be a fun diligence target one day.
Well, that's what I said. I said, hey, when you do the Series A, they're going to ask that, like, some of this stuff be reviewed. Like, do you guys have, like, IP assignments? They're like, yeah. I'm like, how did you know to do IP assignments? First-time founders are like, we asked ChatGPT. And I'm like, okay, wow, I just turned into Unk. Like, I guess, yeah. So take us through what you think is happening out there. This is not uncommon, right?
But a seed stage startup operates very differently from one of the biggest banks in the US. And so the way to think about the market, or at least the way that we like to, is you have this enormous bucket of legal services, which today is being done manually. It's $1 trillion every year into legal services, which is very fragmented. But the software spend into legal technology is about 40 billion. So it means there's 4% software, 96% service, which is bananas. The software piece should be much bigger than that. And so the software piece naturally will grow into the service revenue, but also legal is a very supply-constrained market. The demand for legal services is much larger than what there are lawyers or legal services available. And so many of the legal service providers are now using technology to serve new use cases, new market segments, and to actually package new products. And you will not make...
What's an example of that?
So an example of that is Cooley, actually. They started serving startup founders directly with a sort of software platform that you just log onto the platform, they pumped it full with their material and their precedent, and then you have the startup material there, and they've embedded workflows that reviews the contracts. And what I think is interesting by that is it starts to break this model where you charge out associates for very high hourly rates, and you have a billable hour model. And actually, if you look in law firms, the way that business model works is you overcharge for the associates, and you actually undercharge for the partners.
I don't know if they're undercharged. I mean, I got a bill recently, and it was $1,800 an hour.
Right,
but for a senior person, I think the associates were $800.
Well, at Kirkland it can go up to $4,000 an hour. But the thing is, when a Kirkland, so let's say 30 minutes of a Kirkland's partner's time when it really matters can be worth a lot more than that. Like a lot more than that. If it's bet the company litigation, or you avoid a pitfall that would have costed the company tens of millions of dollars.
Well worth it, yeah.
Right, exactly. But the only way they know how to price that is to overcharge for the associates. But as you're saying, the enterprises are looking at this and they're going, we're spending a lot of dollars on legal services. Let's take this in-house.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. I mean, we're doing this partly at Legora. We acquired 4 businesses so far this year. We did the diligence in-house with our own tool. And the fastest transaction we did was 12 days from LOI to closing.
Because your motivation as the founder is to get the deal done.
Right.
The motivation of the lawyer is to not have you sue them if they fuck up the deal.
Right.
And to make as much money as possible.
Which means to drag it out.
Which means their incentive is to, even if they don't say it explicitly, it is to drag it out. Your incentive is to close it as quick as possible, yeah.
Yeah, and so, I think a lot of law firms are also experimenting with different pricing models, where you do a fixed fee for a transaction or for a fundraise. In litigation, you can take a part of the success fee when you win the deal or win the case. And so I think it's just very interesting how one of the biggest industries in the world now is being completely transformed and reshapen as a consequence of the tech.
And are those law firms feeling like they're being disrupted, or this is a huge opportunity? And did that switch at a certain point in time, or has it switched for them?
There's a lot of anxiety and a lot of fear. And these law firms are enormously profitable and big businesses. Kirkland Ellis turns around $10 billion a year.
How many lawyers do they have?
It's like 4,000 or 5,000.
Wow.
I mean, per partner, they make it between 5 and 10 million every year in profits. And so when something like AI comes along, that poses existential threat and existential opportunity. And that's actually a big part of my job, to help articulate with the leadership teams that we work with. Because we will only be as successful as our customers are. And so we actually have a very unique role at Legora as well, which is called the legal engineer. So in the same way that Palantir has forward-deployed engineers, we have forward-deployed lawyers. And their job is to sit down with the Kirkland partners and help them transform their business from a pre-AI to a post-AI world.
And it's sort of like document management and PCs were but 20 or 30 years ago, when they were printing out and keeping drafts in a library, in a storage facility, and they had to sort of walk them through and handhold that.
Absolutely. But I think the difference
Revisions, right, yeah.
The difference is those were, mild productivity gains.
Yeah.
This can do a lot of the work. And so it's really reshaping what it also means to be a junior lawyer going into this occupation.
What does it mean? Are those jobs going to still exist? Or a lot of the lawyers who are coming out of school going, oh my God, was this a good idea or a bad idea?
The job will exist, the tasks will be different, right? In order to have a partner-driven model, you need to bring people up the ranks, right? In the same way as you do with software engineers. You need to have junior engineers so that one day you can have senior engineers who know what they're doing. But the way to get there is very different. The way of getting there today will not be lock yourself in the physical data room, read through every single document, mark the errors, and go fax it, right? It's also no longer just look in the virtual data room and control F. It's orchestrating the agent that will be doing that work.
And when you look at that work, you have a global backdrop. Attorneys obviously very famously localize, right? And is this going to create attorneys who can operate across borders in a way that didn't exist? And you're starting to see that, and is that something that's built into the product? So when you're doing, even in the United States, it's state level certification, obviously, and doing a non-compete in the Northeast is very different than doing it in California. They're not very enforceable or enforceable at all in California, as people well know, but they're quite enforceable if you're in Boston.
Yeah, exactly.
So talk about that, because that seems to be a place where there could be massive gains from AI.
100%. And it's really two things. I mean, the data that Legora sits on top of is, on one hand side, the firms and enterprises' own data, their precedent, their organizational data. And secondly, we do the hard work of gathering all the cases, all the legislation, all the regulatory updates for every jurisdiction in the world. And that is very painful. But once you start to do that at scale, it builds a real data moat. And so in the system, if you are the GC of a company in California and you just landed your first customer in South Africa, right? Legora can be adapted to the local legislation in South Africa. And we actually had a case of this where instead of having to call a lawyer who then knows a lawyer in that region who will respond to the query, they can get an 80% accurate response immediately that they can start working out of. Right. And the better that gets, the more interesting things I believe you can do, because this data has really never been structured before. And there are so many people who are working with setting policy and building regulation, and this is an enormous inefficiency in society.
And LexisNexis has been a juggernaut and the legacy player in all the case law and regulations. They have a massive data moat. But they only make a couple of $1 billion a year, and if you put your revenue and Harvey's revenue together, you guys are probably already just that. The two of you, you're both making hundreds of millions of dollars, so they must be looking in their rearview mirror at you like the Tyrannosaurus Rex in Jurassic Park and going, holy shit, like, are they coming for our business? And then here you are on stage saying, hey, we're doing all the manual hard work of getting that information into our, what I assume is a proprietary language model. We'll get to that in a second. Are you going to just try and buy LexisNexis? I know it's part of a larger enterprise, or are you just going to kill it?
Well, I think that some of the existing providers and the sort of legacy players have a really hard time pivoting into becoming AI native businesses.
Sure.
And they have a really hard time meeting and catching up to the tempo that we run at. They can't get the talent, they don't work our hours, and they're so political in their organizations that it's just hard to move. I think at the outset of AI, many believed and made a bet that those organizations who had all the data was going to be the winners. As we're starting to see in the market, that's no longer the case. I think there's a real opportunity for us to partner with content providers. And we're already doing this in many of the smaller jurisdictions, like in Germany, in France, in Spain. The US is peculiar because it's such a duopoly on legal research.
Westlaw is the other one?
Westlaw and LexisNexis, exactly. But if you look at how their stock is doing, I think...
Are they getting priced in with the AI uncertainty?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, they're getting crushed. And I would assume there's some power law here. They might have an incredible breadth of, old case law that they scanned in and went to the courthouses and did all that work on, sent to India to be double blind, typed in, like they literally would do.
You're right. That's what you have to do.
Yeah, they would literally had two different people type in the cases or OCR them, then check them, look for the differences. I mean, because you can't get it wrong.
Nope.
But today with the AI tools are really good at doing what they did manually.
Yes. You still have to ship the books because you have to physically scan. This is very strange in the US, but Westlaw basically has a monopoly with the American government to report on the cases. So they're not owned by the public in a way. They're owned by
That's crazy.
a company. You guys are very good at capitalism.
Sometimes too good. But
sometimes too good.
But I mean, Harvard has a project. There's the court law, court listener.
They're trying. Yeah, it doesn't work. Or rather, put it this way. You cannot build a legal research solution that doesn't have all of the data. Because if you go to Wachtell and a litigator at Wachtell, the best law firm in the world, says, I'm going to use this to go after Elon or do a $1 billion case, you better make sure you have all the cases. So
it's the opposite of the power law. You don't just need the top 80%. You actually need all of it.
All of it.
Which means you have to go to courthouses and ask them for a copy and print it out and pay them 10 cents a page?
Well, there's other ways of getting it, but in practice, yes. You have to physically get the books all the way to India. You need to open them, you need to scan them, because you need to get what's called page citations. I never thought in college I would get this nerdy about legal data, but here we are. And what's interesting is that these previous generation of databases were very much search in the database, find the case, and then the lawyer does their work.
Right.
what's really interesting about especially the agents following the release of Opus 4.5 and 4.6 is they can now start to do really intelligent case strategy. And they can actually start to combine the witness statements, the cases, and they can really do end-to-end work, which is, I think, moving us from a world where AI is just augmenting to AI is actually really doing things, and your job becomes to orchestrate and to manage those agents, as we're seeing in coding.
And so you have partnerships with, I'm assuming, Anthropic and OpenAI, yes? And you spend millions or tens of millions of dollars on tokens.
Right. Absolutely.
And they are also competing with you on the margins?
They are not competing in our product category at all. For
now.
From the outside, Claude has a legal offering, which is basically a bundling of markdown skills files and a couple of integrations. And so I think what's really helpful about that is that it illustrates to everyone how applicable AI is in law. What it also does is it drives a lot of initial usage there, and then you hit the ceiling. Or you understand how shallow it is, and then you call us.
Right.
And so it's actually a big pipeline generator for us.
Got it. So they start experimenting, boom. And we were just talking with the CEO of 11 Labs about, hey, building your own models is, pretty doable these days, and every 6 months it gets easier and easier. So are you working on your own models using open source to then fork it and make your own models? And is that the future for your firm?
So I don't believe in fine-tuning or building any general intelligence models. I think that's a total waste of time and money. I do believe in very narrow models for narrow use cases that you also drive a lot of scale in. So you can drive both cost and latency down. An example of this for us is we have a big feature called tabular review, which is basically the number of documents times the number of prompts. So 100 documents, 100 prompts, 10,000 API calls. If you make a fine-tuned model at extracting contract data, it's very applicable there. But it doesn't make sense to build a general legal intelligence model like some of our competitors are attempting.
Yeah. And how do you mitigate against the data leakage issue with your customers? These, are highly regulated industries with a lot at stake. So putting in, this recent case you're working on in a litigation, if any of that were to seep into a language model and then come out the other end, this is disastrous. You have a higher level of
trust,
responsibility.
And compliance is our currency. And so it's actually one of the reasons why it's really hard to sell into law. There's a lot of legal AI companies, and very few are making it through. And not because it's hard to build stuff. It's actually quite easy to understand where you can build value. But getting it to the customer is very hard. But that's something we cracked pretty early on. And once you're in, it's much easier to expand. So that's also one of the driving forces behind our M&A strategy. But we're hosting national secrets, weapons manufacturers with their contracts on Legora. And we work with governments. And
does that mean you have to put it on-prem as well?
No, we don't do on-prem.
That's on the roadmap, or?
No, deploying in a VPC is very time-consuming, and it creates a lot of dependencies which slow down your roadmap and the execution forward.
All right, continued success. Max, thanks for taking some time for us.
Appreciate it.
Great to see you. All right, batting cleanup, the one, the only, my guy, Mark Cuban. All right, here we go. How you doing, brother?
Who brought the vodka? It's late.
Exactly. My Lord. 25 years we've been doing this.
Yes, sir.
25 years I've been waiting for my Knicks to win a championship, and you played a significant role.
No, the Spurs played a significant role. They should have kicked your ass.
And why didn't they? Why didn't they?
I think it was coaching, lack of experience.
Yeah.
You know, because you're up, put aside the 29, right? You're up in the fourth quarter of every game. Wemby throws it into the back of some guy, misses 2 free throws. De'Aaron Fox goes the wrong way.
And a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, and you'd be talking about firing Mike Brown.
I mean, we were concerned when he got hired and getting rid of Tibbs. Oh my God, Tibbs.
But JB was the real deal, right?
Yes.
So was my Indiana boy, OG, right?
Yeah.
He saved you guys. So
yeah. And you had Jalen Brunson.
Yep.
He left, and that was kind of destiny. His family wanted to come to New York.
That's what he wanted. I mean, I can show you a text where his agent, texted me, says he wants his own team.
He wants his own team.
Right. Yeah, he was ready to go before.
And I texted or emailed you, and I said, what's the story? This is what we're going to base the franchise on. You said, he's really good. He's the real deal.
No, and I love him. He's a great guy. That's the best part about JB. He's just really a good human.
I was there for the 5th game, 6 rows behind the bench.
That's cool.
And man, I just cried. It's been so many years, and you got your chip too with Dirk.
Yep.
It's so amazing how sports plays such a role in so many people's lives, yeah?
Especially now, look at the World Cup.
Incredible.
I mean, it's just like sports has just changed everything. And, like I've been to 4 World Cup games in Dallas, and I hate soccer, football. Right?
Yeah.
I hate it, but just the whole scene, the vibe, the energy, you can't beat it. It's like going to a Knicks game, going to a Mavs game, same thing.
Yeah, and the NBA, is it peaked? It sounds like...
It's hard to say. I mean, for fans, no, because, it just grows on social media. I was walking in Paris, and there was a basketball store, and it had Wemby jerseys and Gobert jerseys and everything. And so, it's just growing globally.
Yeah. Is Wemby the real deal?
Yeah, he got humbled, though.
Yeah.
Which is good for him. It's like Dirk in 2006 got humbled and came back better. Wemby will come back bigger, stronger, better.
Yeah, it's amazing how he went from this incredibly, I don't know, there was a magic about him to, no, he's a villain. And he turned into a villain.
Because it was New York, and it was 50-some years, right, and just the circumstances. And, San Antonio thought they had it in the bag. Everybody, it's like I went to Indiana University, right? And if anybody here follows college football in the States, we were the ultimate underdog. We had not won 10 games. We beat more top 10 teams last year than we did in 100-plus years of the program. And so that just changes people's attitude.
You were very much involved in rule changes, and we're going to get on AI next, but it's just great to talk to you about this since we're both such super fans of the NBA. Seems like the rule changes, the apron, and how punitive it is, has created a lot more parity in the league, and nobody knows who's going to win.
Well, because you have to break up your team. Right? Because at some point, OKC will have to break up their team. That's why they collect all their draft assets, because you can't have 3 max players.
No.
And if one of them turns out to be hurt or not what you expected, then you're in deep shit, right? And so the second apron is just a complete game changer. And you have to be so much better at putting together a team than you were before. And you have to get lucky. Like the Spurs have Wemby on a rookie contract. The OKC has got, Hatchet on a rookie contract. He's not on a rookie contract any longer.
Right.
So they have to be even more careful. And so it really changes the strategy behind building a roster.
So we're going to see back-to-backs or any more?
No chance.
No chance.
No, it's
maybe
really
back-to-backs, but not a, what do they call it when you have 3? The three-peat.
Three-peat, yeah.
No more three-peats.
There can be back-to-backs. If J-Dub hadn't gotten hurt for OKC, I think they would have beat San Antonio, and I think they would have beat the Nets.
I was worried about them versus the Knicks. I knew we could beat the Spurs, but I was concerned about.
I did not know you could beat the Spurs.
I knew we would beat them.
Come on.
We beat them 2 out of 3 of the games of the year. We spanked them. I knew it would be I said Knicks in 6. It was Knicks in 5.
You guys barely beat the Hawks, and then.
Oh, come on now. We were tweaking the offense, and we just had to get Kat to buy in as points.
Anyways, let's talk AI.
Let's talk AI. But it is so great to be a champion. God, it was.
Where's your ring? They didn't give you a ring?
They didn't yet. No, I'm going to get it at the ring ceremony.
You
got one.
Yeah.
I always was like, man, I got to follow Cubes and get, a piece of a team.
You'd always tell me you wanted to buy a team.
I always wanted to get a piece of the Knicks, and now it's like my net worth doing great. the value of the
franchise.
team disconnected from reality. I mean, my only chance is to call like Elon and be like.
The crazy part about the valuations is it's not driven by attendance. It's not driven by wins or losses. It's driven by subscriptions to streaming services. And it's going to be interesting to see because it used to be we looked at ratings, TV ratings, and people said the NBA was underperforming versus everybody else. Now the Knicks play, obviously there's some pent-up demand there, but what really matters is the number of subscribers Peacock gets, ESPN gets. It's the ratings help for ad sales, but it's more subscribers.
I mean, I literally had to subscribe to like I think one or two more services.
Well, that's the whole point, right? And did you keep them is the question.
Yeah, I'll keep them, sure. I mean,
but will there be churn? If there's churn, who knows what happens with valuations? If there's not, valuations keep on going.
Wow, it's so crazy. You and I lived through a couple of bubbles. We've seen this movie before. And this wave seems very different than dot-com wave. So let's talk about that. Are you concerned about a bubble? We're seeing bubbly-like behavior. People.
It's not the traditional dot-com bubble, right? Because back then there were shitty-ass companies going public, getting crazy valuations, and people are buying them, and the stock would go up, 50%, 100% with companies that had no revenue, no traffic, no nothing, and you'd go get a cab back then, and people would be talking about them.
Yeah.
And you don't see that at all today. So it's not a bubble that's going to impact most people in the room, right? Or most people across the U.S., but it could just destroy a lot of VCs and a lot of funds and a lot of PE, right? Because they're going all in.
Yeah.
Because like it used to be that product managers for brokerages had to outperform their numbers, right, for the SPX or whatever. But now you got to outperform to keep the money coming in.
Yeah.
You got to outperform the fund next door. And they're all in Anthropic and getting their outcomes and SpaceX and celebrating. But if shit hits the fan.
Yeah. It really is like I've only done venture for just over 10 years, and it is wild to watch so many people who deployed at the wrong time just out of business. They just invested at the peak, and entry price matters. And you and I have been in a bunch of deals together, and we used to get to invest in companies at 5 million, 10 million as angel investors, and then all of a sudden the request was 40, 50, 60, and the product's not launched, and you're how does this work?
Yeah, and and what's happening now is the market leaders, Google, et cetera, Meta, they're borrowing hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And there's already a private credit problem right now, right? So you just layer on private credit like Owl Capital getting all the refunds, and then you have these huge companies that have cash flow, but they're spending all their cash flow on capex, and then they're borrowing on top of that. That's
50-year bonds,
right? That's planning for perfection.
Right.
And that's going to be hard. And we're building these data centers. And, if there's a price performance curve on AI that minimizes the power requirements, there's going to be a lot of data centers that are going to be turned into pickleball courts.
Interesting, because they just can't get the power turned on.
Not just the power, just everybody thinks that, okay, there's going to be so much more utilization. And there will be. Right? Yeah. It'll just scale like everybody expects. But there's going to be breakthroughs and technological breakthroughs as well. Yeah. Just like we saw fiber back in the day. It was all about putting in fiber. Then it went from 1 gigabyte fiber to 10 to 100 gigabyte. And then there wasn't a fiber problem anymore. There wasn't a bandwidth problem anymore.
It was quite the opposite. We had dark fiber that people bought for pennies on the dollar.
And just sitting there, right? And how is it not going to be the case that we don't get the same price performance improvements on the AI side and on the data center side?
Yeah.
And then with all the hate going against the data centers, I think that could be, protecting them. And committing tens of billions of dollars for 10, 20 years going out.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody can predict that well.
I mean, you used the word pricing to perfection, I think, earlier in the conversation, and that's really what's happening. I mean, you have to have a thesis that we're going to put OpenAI, $100 billion to work, and that's going to come back not just in revenue, but it has to come back in earnings.
Margin dollars,
Yeah, it has to be profitable.
Yes, and you just don't know.
You don't.
And I'll tell you the corollary for bubbles, right? In this particular bubble, because it's so driven by private capital, there should be a lot more companies going public, not at the SpaceX level, for not OpenAI, not Anthropic, but the $100 million IPO.
Yeah.
Because if AI does what AI knows, we all know what it'll do in terms of disruption, then you want to have some sort of currency that allows you to buy all those companies. Like you guys were talking about buying different legal companies, right? Well, if you don't have that currency, the stock is currency, you're going to have to go out and raise money to do it. And if anything happens, and that money is not cheap. That money is really, really expensive versus if you go out and you do a $100 million IPO or a $50 million IPO, and you can do a secondary or whatever as many times as you need if you're performing. But the minute that company that you're competing with that is a legacy business can't keep up, or there's some other company that has domain expertise that you need or data that you need, like you guys were talking about, you want to be in a position to buy them.
Yes, that is
nobody's
incredible
forward
currency.
thinking. Yeah, no one is forward thinking like that at all. And I'm like trying to tell my my portfolio companies, go public, motherfuckers, go public.
Yes.
And they just don't think that's the right thing to do.
Well, and M&A is, not to make this political, but, when you're an entrepreneur, you have to play the game on the field. M&A was off the table. Lena Khan had a certain perspective, which was we have to be like precogs in Minority Report. We have to predict who's going to be a monopoly in the future and stop them now. It's like, okay.
Without consideration to compete with China and everything else that's going on globally. Yeah.
Right. 4 years of no acquisitions. I mean, the people I talked to who were in corporate development were like, we've been told to stand down.
Yeah.
Because it's not
but
worth
we are where
the
we are
breakup
now,
fees.
right? But even so, right? It's with mergers and acquisitions at that scale, fine. But if AI does what we know it will do, the companies that are disruptive don't have to be enormous companies.
No, these are.
But you don't want to have to always raise cash to go out there and
such
do
a
that.
good insight, like these.
Right, because like back in the day, back with broadcast.com, we bought like 5 companies just from stock.
And then there was always a bigger fish to come along.
Which we were happy to, be
Yahoo.
fished. Yeah.
The famous caller. If you were a Claude employee, if you're at Anthropic, you're at OpenAI, is it time to start thinking about the collar? Trying to thinking about, pairing the position?
I collared my stock because how rich do I need to be?
Right.
And if you're able to change your life, if I worked for any SpaceX, any of them, whatever, I'd be like, somebody put together a collar for me. Yeah. Because I just need to be protected, save part for my upside, but just cover my downside.
Yeah. When you did it, you had to actually orchestrate that, right? It didn't exist as a product.
No, it didn't. So I had to actually create an index of internet stocks. I had Goldman Sachs create an index of internet stocks that I thought sucked. Yeah. And then I shorted that index because we had to follow all the laws. And I just had to have that short in place until I was able to do a real collar in the market on my Yahoo stock. Yeah. And I lost tens of millions of dollars on that short. Yeah. But I made up for it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the great trades of all time. What do you think this wave of capabilities in AI, I'm sure you play with it because you've always been a tinkerer.
Yeah.
So maybe what are you tinkering with, and what do you think is going to be the most world-changing, in the next 5-10 years for entrepreneurs, for society? Where do you look at it and go, hey, this is
let's
truly
start at the top
meaningful?
And work backwards.
Yeah.
Okay. So AI is a lot harder to implement than anybody expected.
For sure.
Right. You can do an agent pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
You can prompt away, we cheated on tests, we cheated at work, did projects, improved our productivity 100x, right? All easy peasy. And we just assumed, at the enterprise it'd be just as easy. It's hard. Yeah. And it's terrifying. And not terrifying for employees because Dario and everybody's saying 50% of white collar people are going to lose their jobs. Here we are 2 years later, they said within 2 years. Yeah. And employment's still growing, people are hiring, we need more AI literate people, right? So CEOs have no clue what is going on, none whatsoever, and that's not going to change, right? And so, trying to explain to them that you need to add a harness to this, there's no chance, right? And if you think about it from an AI perspective, if AI, we're talking about, AGI, and we're talking about taking over the world, if you need to have forward deployed engineers, that tells you all you need to know about AI, because by definition, you should just be able to ask AI to do what I need you to do and tell me how to implement it, right? Yet here you have Microsoft hiring 6,000 people, right?
Yep.
You have Anthropic, OpenAI, all saying they're going to deploy to these companies, which tells you AI is hard. And then you have Alex Karp from Palantir freaking out saying, how can you give your alpha to these companies when, in my opinion, he's just saying they're doing what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
We're all about forward deployed engineers at Palantir, and they're doing the same thing.
Again, it's a great insight because you can, if you're using it as a search engine or you're making your little agent to, go do your cron job, okay, fair enough, it's going to work. You need to have a little bit of systems thinking, but when you start putting it into the enterprise and, this is mission critical
but let's just
work.
talk about the little bit of systems thinking, because that's the second part. And I'm not trying to shit on AI. I love it. I invest in it. It's going to be amazing. It's the most impactful technology that we've ever seen and may ever see, right? But try going into Claude or ChatGPT and saying, okay, I just want you to do this search for Jason Calacanis investments, and I want you to do a report, and I want you to email it to me every week.
Yeah.
It can't do it.
Can't do it.
And then it says, okay, would you like for me to do an agent that gives you alerts? And then you say, sure. And then you have to know how to program because it either gives you a JSON file or it gives you, code.
And it comes out slop. And
then you have to go back.
Correct.
You have to reiterate. If you want to say, hey, let me load a picture in and you tell me if I'm hot or not. Or is this girl hot? What should I say to her? Or business versions. Great.
Yeah.
Right? But AI is not going to, take away 50% of the jobs. There's just so much shit it can't do that regular people need it to do.
Yeah.
Right? Now, does that create opportunity? Enormous opportunity.
Yes.
Right? So, I'm an investor in Lovable, and we were here this morning talking, and Anton was saying that people are using Lovable to create 770,000 applications a week. A week.
Yeah.
Right? And that only 30% of their business is in the US and only 20% is engineers. And what's happening is entrepreneurs, to answer your question about where it's going, right? If you're an entrepreneur, like he was saying before, there's no better time to be an entrepreneur. He nailed it, right? Because that's where AI is the most impactful. No matter where you are in the world, they have big utilization in Brazil, India, right? If you're in France, US, wherever, I gave it a prompt. Like I said, because I wanted to see what it would take. I was like, okay, we're going to create an imaginary company that has a button that can record 24-hour video. And then I wanted to be able to send it to me every 24 hours. And I want you to create a patent and a business plan and tell me what licensing or whatever I need. 12 minutes.
Yeah. Wow.
There's just we've started tons of businesses.
Yeah, 6 months to get a prototype, 12 months to launch it.
Yes.
And then you have to.
And then I asked for a bill of materials and the source companies. The basic stuff the blocking and tackling stuff that every company has to do when you're setting it up and early in its life cycle.
Done.
And even if it's wrong, so what? Because the one thing you and I both know, and everybody in the room should know, every single motherfucking business plan ever written in the history of business plans is wrong.
Of course. Yeah, it's a thought exercise that at least gives you some sort of direction you're going in.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a guideline and a
Yeah.
template for you, right? But it's wrong.
Yeah, we're
And
gonna iterate.
So what if the AI is wrong, if the model is wrong? Because you're going to learn and you're going to iterate, but it's still, again, all this talk about taking white-collar jobs is ridiculous when it can't even do the basic shit, right? And you have to have, like you said, a programming mindset in order to be able to iterate and figure it out. And even you would think if AI is as advanced as we want to believe AI is right now, all the errors that we get when we ask it to do a project, it would learn from all those errors and even have, hey, I'm Claude. I see you have a problem with this, right? And it failed on these 3 attempts. Let me just tell you what 97.6% of the other people who ran into this did, right? And then it would fix it for you, would tell you. It doesn't even do that. It just says failed, right? Or it says whatever. Again, AI is amazing, and particularly for programmers, it's game changing.
Yeah, and when you have a narrow data set like code or legal,
it's just
tax, it's magic.
And it's just math, right?
It's going to nail it.
Basic data, right? But when you want it to do, when normal people anywhere in the world want to use it for normal stuff. Great. You start a business, great. But if you want to start getting advanced, it's like figuring out PowerPoint used to be, or Excel, right? You always have to have your Excel expert, or your PowerPoint
in your company.
Yeah, or whoever that you knew, right? Or there would be companies built. I've invested in like a company that SlideShare, that all they did was have PowerPoint templates that you could download and redo. AI is not even that advanced for, once you get to the second level. And so it creates so much opportunity for anybody to walk into a small, medium-sized, even large business and say, hey, I understand AI. I have a basic computer background or better. And so all these fails that you're running into across your company, big or small, I can help you fix them. Because what AI can do once those issues are fixed is phenomenal.
Yeah.
But even better, if you're thinking as an entrepreneur to start a business, those things will eventually break. Agents get bored, right? And they drift. Because as the underlying large language model starts to change, the way it was originally programmed doesn't match what the large language model turned into, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so you even wrote something about this, right?
Yeah.
Where it's taking more people to manage all this stuff.
It is, I'm trying to get the whole firm to be AI first. And even with young people, it's like one group embraces it and, they solve, I don't know, let's call it 5 or 6 really pressing issues. The other group is, not embracing it. And the difference between those AI first employees and the non-AI first employees, the gap is like, whoa. It's almost like when we got into the industry and somebody knew how to use the Office suite and a PC,
right.
and then somebody else was like on legal pads. It's like that much of a difference. It's so stark.
The people who are AI literate,
Yeah.
when do they run into a ceiling?
Well, it's what I'm seeing is a lot of tool hopping, which it's a good question because they started with OpenClaw, they started building it, it got brittle.
Wait, does anybody still use OpenClaw?
Who's OpenClaw? Anybody using Hermes agent? Okay, there you go. Who's on Claude Cowork? And then, and Perplexity Computer, anyone? Okay, interesting. Those are the 4 that people have been bouncing around on. And what I decided to do is I was just like, hey, token max it. You can each spend a couple $1,000s a month. I don't care about that. I just care about the gains. And they all wound up going from OpenClaw. All the agents started breaking. It's hallucinating. It's like too frustrating. They started using Claude Cowork. Okay, great, but kind of limited. And then they started using Lovable. And they built intranets for the venture business that no venture business would spend $500,000 and 12 months building an intranet. Like you'd just be like, I'm going to put it in Notion, Google Sheets, whatever. And then they just started building more and more software. So I have 2 or 3 people who are building software that I would say 5 years ago we would have spent maybe $2 or $3 million a year building this with that outsourced company.
You just would not have done it.
Which means we wouldn't have done it.
Right, you were just about the SaaS application that did it.
And then we would have tried to like shoehorn it into a SaaS app and customize it. It wouldn't have worked and we would have given up.
But how are you going to manage it now once they get there?
Well, again, to your company, Lovable, which, man, congrats on that investment because that company was going to go out of business 4 times. And I told Anton, every time they say you're going out of business, you add $100 million in revenue.
Yeah.
$600 million in revenue. Yeah. And 4 times, $200 million, $300 million. Oh, yeah, it's going to be absorbed into the frontier models.
The rest of the world, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got Lovable. I've got Synthesia.io.
Oh, yeah?
That was the first investor in.
Nice.
10 years ago, maybe, that's just killing it, right? I've got AMI, which is Jan LeCun's world model.
Yeah.
We haven't even talked about world models versus LLM and transformers, right? Because everything we do is built on text and pictures.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to fucking be text and pictures in 10 years, right? Yeah. But what's going to drive it? And like people say, well, AI is so smart, it's going to change everything. I'm like, okay, if you show AI a video of a 2-year-old on a high chair with a sippy cup, the 2-year-old knows if you push the sippy cup over the edge, mom's going to come running and the kid's going to start laughing.
Yeah.
AI's got no clue what's going to happen.
Yeah.
None, right? If you're at a corner blindfolded and you have to cross the street, would you rather have a video? Would you rather have your phone with AI, or would you rather have a seeing eye dog?
Yeah, dog.
I'm taking the dog every time.
Of course, yeah, it's not ready.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not ready. So just think about how far we have to go.
Yeah.
You know, and all this
Huge opportunity, though. I mean, the world models are crazy because you have videos available on YouTube and just we have the world there, so it's going to learn.
That's still not enough.
It's not enough. They have to wear gloves, and now they've got people in Manila like doing recipes.
So I invested
gloves.
in a company, Matter.com, and they're launching satellites just to take, and they do spectrography where they use the satellites to take videos of everything underneath them and use a spectrum. I don't even understand all the shit in order to be able to convert it into a world model that will provide algorithms that other world models can use.
Yeah.
Right? There's just no way that the future of AI doesn't include video.
I mean, it's a huge part of it, and as the inference and the back to the build out of these data centers, as we wonder what's going to happen, people wanting to use more tokens, and then these world building and video, man, that takes a magnitude more tokens.
Video, like if I'm going to be wrong on the data centers, it's going to be because of video.
Yeah.
Right?
And world models and robotics, which is
hand
all
in hand.
related, yeah.
Yeah. And robotics, you know, it's related, but we still got a long way to go.
Yeah. Health, you look great, by the way. I don't know what's going on. You got the red, what do you got, red TrueTie? What's on the menu here? What's off the menu?
Just follow me on Instagram, mcuban. I'm eating better.
I mean, you look better now than 20 years ago.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean,
the tan helps too, right?
The tan, but I mean, you look thin and fit, and
Yeah,
hey,
I've
listen,
been
we're
working
getting
out.
up there now. We're not kids anymore. This is definitely going to help AI, all the work being done.
No, I mean,
GLPs.
and I use it too. Like I invested in a company called Open Evidence. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, which is just for medical, right? And I used it, and like I have one supplement I have to take because my iron levels are low, and I have to take this one medication. And I was taking them at the same time and couldn't understand why I was having problems. I run it through Open Evidence, and I said, here's everything I'm taking, here's everything I'm eating. And they're like, no, you got to do this. You know, when you get up to pee at 3 in the morning, take this medication.
Oh, man.
When you get,
Getting old sucks.
Yeah, right.
I was right there with you last night. What's going on?
What's going on, right? And so, you know, but it's, for health, it's going to make a huge difference, but it's not going to replace doctors.
No. But, I mean, it is pretty amazing. Are you on Whoop or your Apple Watch?
I watch, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Whoop plus getting your blood tests, just self-directed healthcare with AI, man, you're going to get some early wins. And then when you do go talk to your doctor.
No, you have it right there, right?
You have
I get
it right
my blood
there.
tested, you know. Now
6
the prices
months?
are sold up 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
Right? And I've been doing it for 10 years, so I know all my trends.
Wow.
And
so you were doing it before Function and Superpower and all those.
Like you could go look up Mark Cuban blood tests on Twitter, right, X, and I would get into it with doctors like 8-10 years ago and saying you're going to need this for your benchmarks, and but it's only going to get better.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting. We had this big data moment, and it was like, okay, yeah, we're storing all this data, but we didn't have any intelligence against it. Now that's incredible when Apple is now putting that data. They're doing studies. I don't know if you've been invited to studies on your Apple Watch.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, this is going to get very interesting. Whoop just added blood panels.
Yeah.
So now your sleep data, your steps, your heart rate, your respiratory, EKG, plus your blood work.
That's pretty
Then if you can get your diet into it as well.
Yeah, that's what iWatch has in iHealth, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, you're just going to get smarter.
Yeah.
You know, and that'll make your doctors able to be smarter because 95% of medicine is guessing. You know, because you can't. There's no way a doctor can memorize all the new shit that happens every single day. You just can't. But a doctor using these tools, having, you know, the empathy and the ability to communicate and the ability to see, right? Because again, you can't see.
Yeah.
You know, you could have, doctor, you know, why am I bleeding? Well, you got a blood, looks like you got a gunshot wound, right?
Yeah.
AI is not going to tell you that the way it is today.
When we look at the opportunity here, it's going to be a lot of change, a lot of talk about wealth disparity in the U.S. Invest America, our friend Brad Gerstner and our friend Michael Dell, another great Texan. And thanks for welcoming me. I'm enjoying my time in Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fucking great. I love Texas, man.
Texas is fun. It's kind of like he's kind of like this, though.
Yeah,
we have air conditioning.
We do have air conditioning. There's a record number of air conditioners coming from China to Europe this summer.
You know, I looked at what companies installed them and everything.
Oh, you always got to trade. You always got to trade.
I'm curious, but there's no real
sold out. They're all being shipped here from China at the moment. But really interestingly, you know, feels like entrepreneurship, which has been our shared passion for many decades. Hey, investing, another shared one, giving people access to public markets, Invest America. We have this dueling narrative, socialism in America, capitalism, and it feels like this is in our lifetimes, you and I are close in age, this is the most fevered we've ever seen it. I mean, we have states, maybe not since the 60s or 70s. I missed that. I was born in 1970. You were born, I guess, 1943? 23. I always joke he's my older brother.
I look good, too, don't I?
You look good for
really
1923.
Good.
But, you know, this is pretty polarized. What's your take on the socialism?
So there's two things here.
Yeah.
One, all the DSA stuff is local.
Right.
It's really easy to be Mandami, and in New York, when you have a budget, you get to control it, and it's local, right? You got elected, you just do, and you have to balance the budget, and you'll see it in Michigan and wherever else. I don't think it's going to be game-changing, but the more important thing is the people who are doing this are the people who are best at social media.
Right.
You know, because the algorithms drive how people vote in the United States. I can't speak to the rest of the world more than anything else. Whoever controls the algorithm controls, you know, the election in many cases. Trump knows how to use it, and what do Mandami, you know, what is unique about Mandami relative to Trump? He's 31, 32 years old?
Yep.
His whole adult life has been Trump and social media.
He studied it.
And the two together.
Yeah.
And the guy in Michigan, same thing. So if you're good at AI, I mean at algorithms, you know, driving algorithms, whether it's flooding the zone or, you know, like Trump saying they're eating cats and dogs.
Yeah, it's just attention.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, defining the algorithms, because whatever you search for, you get more of. And if they can get you to search for what they're saying and show your interest, then you're going to just get Mandami 24/7, and you'll get the positive side of Mandami. Or if you happen to be on the other side of the aisle and you are, you know, looking at stuff that's counter to that, you'll get more of that. We don't, you know, like, but one other piece I think is starting to change that, and that's the large language models. The thing that I think will save us as a world more than anything else in terms of information availability and reducing the information asymmetry as it applies to politics are large language models. Because large language models have to be as literate and literal and honest as they possibly can.
Truth-seeking.
Yeah, truth-seeking, better way to put it, yeah. So they have to seek truth. Otherwise, you'll lose trust in them. And the last thing, you know, Claude, OpenAI needs is, well, shit, you know, they're lying their ass off about this for
their currency is getting you the correct answer and the correct knowledge. Social media's currency is keeping you engaged.
Right.
It's two different missions.
Totally different missions, right? Yeah. And so you're not going to get rid of social media, but I think people, as they become more uncertain with their politics, are going to go more and more and more to large language models and say, who should I vote for? And the large language model is going to come back and say, well, what do you think about this? What are your interests in this? And da-da-da. And they'll give you honest answers.
Yeah, and if you ask it, hey, what's a reasonable immigration policy? It'll give you a reasonable immigration policy, which is like, maybe shut the border and do a point-based system like Canada, New Zealand.
Whatever it may be, right?
Yeah.
I've done the same thing, and it's impressive.
Very impressive. You know, my favorite troll now is like JD or, you know, AOC will, you know, they'll come out with whatever their craziness is on either side of the aisle. And then I'm like, Grok, please vet these claims. Be as objective and factual as possible. Check your work.
And show your sources.
And then it just replies to them. So I've been just totally trolling Stephen Miller.
Oh, my God.
Who, you know, he's like anti-immigration. I'm very passionate about like legal immigration and recruiting great people because
you need them. We
need them.
Yes.
Because you're running a basketball team. Every time you get Dirk Nowitzki, somebody else doesn't have him on the team. You get Jalen Brunson, he's not on the Mavericks anymore. Now he's on the Knicks.
Yep.
You know, like.
Well, that's why we come to these things in Europe, right?
Yes.
Because great talent, right? Smart people. Obviously, you guys are geniuses for being here. You know, but at the same time, there's a different vibe in every European country and India and the whole rest of the world.
Yeah.
Right. And I think you're starting to see some entrepreneurs leave us.
Yep.
To come here, and that's scary.
Yeah.
And hopefully, you know, large language models seeking the truth will help educate people away from what the algorithms tell them.
Yeah, I think it's like important. You optimistic now? It's been pretty chaotic, but we're seeing such great progress. You're optimistic?
About?
Let's start with America, and then we'll go to humanity.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, like every country, we have our issues. Ours just happen to be kind of insane.
It is pretty wild.
Yeah. But the good news is, you know, we have term limits for our president.
Yeah.
And
it seems like 3 terms is going to be the one for president. I mean, you going to run? I mean, I hope you do, man. I would love to be your press secretary. That would be we'd have so much fun.
We would have fun, though.
We'd have fun.
We would have fun. Well, if he decides to run for a 3rd term, then I'll run, but he's not.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's breaking news. I mean, honestly, like, if you think about what we need, I think, in leadership, executives who can, I think, you know, who are like post-money, post-needing to make a living.
No, I'm not going to even go there.
Well, and then maybe who are doing it for love of country and maybe some amount of civic pride or...
No, I get what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know, in the U.S., the Democrats don't know how to actually do anything.
Right.
You know? They know how to take whatever happens and extrapolate that to the end of the world and the end of democracy, right?
Yeah.
And the Republicans, on the other hand, you know, do crazy shit, right? Like they don't care about the people in the country. They don't, you know, there's no connection to people. There's no empathy. And so, you know, we're fucked. But in the short term, but I think as we get past the midterms and the next presidential election.
I think we'll get back to normalcy.
Yeah, I think we'll get to normalcy.
I think people want it. And, you know, the thing that has been really eye-opening for me, having lived in New York, California, and now Texas, you know, in Texas, we're spent half as much money per, sometimes less. I think it's 2.2 times as much is spent on each citizen in New York, and we spend half as much, right? $6,000-$7,000 per person. They spend like 14 or something, 12 to 14, and the quality of life's better.
But on the flip side, New York contributes more to the federal treasury, right, than Texas does. And you would think it should be the opposite, right, just because of the business and how things are run. So there are trade-offs.
Yeah, but it's changing. Like, what do you think about all of us moving to Austin and like Texas? You got
smart, obviously, for obvious reason, particularly, you know, like the wealth tax shit is just dumb shit, crazy.
They tried it here. Everybody
left.
How
did it work? Yeah.
They did it for about 2 years in France.
Did they? Yeah, I don't know. But, you know, when Elizabeth Warren first proposed the wealth tax, so I found, and she said, well, we have these models and everything. Yeah. So I found the economist at UC Berkeley, and I said, would you share your model with me or at least tell me about it? He goes, I'm like, was it more than 1 year? And he goes, no, it was just 1 year. I'm like, did you do any behavioral analysis to see how people would respond to the changes?
Yeah.
No. And so, you know, whether it's Mandami, Elizabeth Warren, whether it's California, it's showmanship more than reality.
Yeah, and I think people are forgetting that people are mobile. You know, like
especially in the U.S. Yeah.
In the U.S., it's pretty extraordinary. You got Travis, Sachs, myself, Elon, just a bunch of folks have all of a sudden just shown up.
I was there first.
You were. I remember talking to you about it, and the thing that's amazing to me is, you know, in California they won't let you build anything, and then we go to. I come to Texas, I buy a ranch, and I ask the guy, like, hey, can I, like, put a solar farm in here? He's like, on your ranch? I'm like, yeah, here. He's like, oh, son, it's your ranch. You can do that. And it's like, can I like, build, like...
Trust me, in the cities themselves, try doing that in the city of Austin.
I mean, but just outside of it, you can build.
You can do whatever,
And housing prices have gone 3 years in a row. Housing prices and rents have gone down. When you build a company in Austin now, and I'm sure it's like that in Dallas and Houston and San Antonio, when I have founders move there, the entire pressure is released. People can own a home. And I was like, wow, is that
But why do people still go to Silicon Valley? That shit like drives me.
I think if you're a first-time founder, nothing better in terms of soaking in it. But when you're a second-time founder,
you're soaking in it. But what they don't tell you, the it is shit, right?
Yeah, it's tough. I think second-time founders have now realized if I build it in Texas or Nevada or Florida, I'm going to just all the talent's going to come.
The vibe in the Silicon Valley just sets people's heads so wrong.
Yeah.
Right. So whether it's Travis, Mike, and by the way, I've known Michael Dell since we were 22.
Yeah.
And I used to do business with him way back when. Yeah. But just in Texas, it's just like build your company and go.
Yes.
In the Valley, it's like, so are you Series A? Are you Series B? Are you Series C?
A lot of distractions, yeah. So, a lot of pomp and circumstance. All right, listen, there's your 45 minutes with Mark Cuban, the one and only. Great to see you, brother. All right, everybody, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye. All right.
Appreciate everybody.
Nice.
Yeah, that was
thanks for coming out.